In the land of endless nights, we're bound to fight again. The clock resets our lights, a tale that never ends. Through the storms and fire's glare, we rise to face the fate. With courage in the air, forgetting yesterday. You've got time, all the time, to break the chains of fate. You've got time, all the time, to set the record straight. In every dawn we see a chance to try once more. With hearts unbound and free, we open every door. In the quest that never cease, we know what we must do. With spirit seeking peace, the reckless will be true. You've got time, all the time, to right the wrongs we've made. You've got time, all the time, to let the past just fade. You've got time, all the time, to break the chains of fate. You've got time, all the time, to set the record straight.
This party might die tonight. Okay. Hello, everyone. Welcome to It's a Long Story. Place where we roll dice, we tell stories, and we create magic. We are here with our humble, amazing, awesome. Humble. Sure.
This isn't
It's a
humble
word.
with Joe.
Not the word I would choose, but sure.
The humble, the
Yeah.
self-sacrificing, the looking out for number one, and that number one is everyone else. The reckless. Everybody take a look at your camera, wave, and say hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome. If this is your first time here and you have no idea what the hey this is, hi. We're a D&D live stream that runs every Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday, having 4 parties for now, living, existing, and breathing in the same homebrew world, the wonderful, beautiful world that is called Astera. So if this is your first time here, what's up? How you doing? Let's have some fun. A couple of announcements. One big, gigantic one that I don't have any like cool, exciting sort of picture to put. I had some possibilities of that, but you know, it's time. A lot of prep for today. And if we don't go to that, like I said before we started, I'm okay with that. But yeah, the biggest announcement I can start off with is today we started launching the full sign-up sheet for our 5th campaign, riding the Rails of Fate in Abravar, a country that is east of Imea, that has a lot of fun and exciting pieces that we've been adding to it. It will be Thursday nights, and we need more people. We need you, viewer. If you're available Thursday night and you want to play some D&D, check it out. You can do so by going to startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. Got some information that's kind of like built around there and what the basic sort of premise of the campaign is about. But I can tell you, I guess maybe the biggest, most important thing. There's a train. There's a train,
Yes.
y'all. Trains, baby. Trains. Oh, trains and guns. Actually, I guess the guns is the other thing. Trains and guns.
What more can you ask for?
Yeah.
What more could you ask for? A lot, really. But yeah, I get what you're saying. But in a fantasy D&D game, no, that's about it. So yeah, so if you're wanting to kind of get some more information and are excited to kind of learn more as much as I'm excited to be able to get started. First and foremost, actually, we have 3 people already. We added another, and that is your friend right over there. Sarah is joining. Yeah, for our Thursday campaign.
That's such a good group.
Well. Yeah, so we got we have Kiki from Friday's game, Sarah's from Thursday's game. We have Rachel who is joining us from the Humblewood campaign that we've been doing for since May. Excited. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be great. But you know what else is gonna be great? Tonight. Like I said, more information, check out startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. Also, if you were watching on YouTube, it is in the video description below. If you're watching on Twitch, I will put it in the live chat for everybody else to scoop up and enjoy. We have a couple other people that are like looking at the stuff. They haven't confirmed with me whether or not they're going to be joining in. So if you are waiting, don't stop it. Jump in. At least get in contact with me, which you can do so by messaging the DM. That's me on that. On startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. Yeah, so that is the announcement on that. Super excited. We are wrapping up the Humblewood campaign. We'll be probably taking a little bit of a break on Saturday so that Joe, can catch my breath. Because the goal of the 5th campaign is to be launching, starting at the end of September. If we start early October, that's fine. But if we can get enough people and we get everything kind of set up and on board quick, we're going to start end of September. That's the goal. Let's see what else in the announcements. So we're going to take a little break on Saturdays on that. But then also, lastly, if you are interested in supporting the channel, the best way to do so is to like and subscribe and all that jazz. Where you're watching this, which is probably YouTube or Twitch. So click the proverbial like and follow button sort of thing. All right, cool. Drew is on his way in. But please check that out. You can also check out our Instagram and TikTok down below at It's a Long Story _TTRPG. At It's a Long Story _TTRPG. I know it's a long word, but It's a Long Story was taken and everything else just felt weird. Felt weird saying just D&D because you never know. There might be a point in time we do some crazy stuff.
You did Candela,
Yeah, we did Candela. We could just go into just advanced Dungeons and Dragons. Let's just bring it back, y'all. Let's just go way back.
I've been saying you may want to do this for a one shot.
I have no idea what that is. You've never said that to me in your life. Don't lie.
It has piqued my interest though. In Extremis.
Necromancers in space.
Okay,
Necromancers in space.
Yeah, I mean, you
gotta
spoke to me
lead
a little
with
bit.
that.
I gotta at least look into it now.
Yeah.
Well, that is a good lead-in. Beautiful. I believe that is it as far as announcements go. Again, super excited. I can't stress enough. I'm very excited to start this new campaign. So if you want information on that, that's the place to go. Startplaying.games/GM/It's a Long Story. Oh yeah, I forgot we were going to do the question thing. It's the we haven't started the campaign yet, so we're still going to kind of allow the space for everybody to be able to ask one question about the campaign, of which I will most likely answer. You guys ready? You guys ready to ask your question? You ready? Here we go. 3, 2, 1, go.
Is there anybody from that continent in Imea?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Nice question.
God dang it.
Anyone else? Anyone at all? Yeah.
Anyone else? Okay, I rolled a 19. which is not a nat 20. So nat 20, I think I might tell you who. But with a 19, I'll say this: with a 19, yes, and they've been introduced before.
We got to make a note of that.
Great question.
Let me
That
just
was a
go
good
through
one.
everybody who's been introduced before.
That was a really good
Yeah.
question.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That was a really good
very
question.
cool.
Just go down all the lists of every NPC we've ever talked about.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. You could do so. I mean, if you guys want to spend the rest of your questions for every campaign doing that.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does he wear a hat?
I said
That's
one
two questions.
question.
You can't do it yet. Yeah.
That's two questions. Yeah. That was a damn good question. Good job. Cool. Well, with that, I think we're all set to kind of get started for tonight. I'm very excited. Let's do it. Before we jump in tonight, we do need to get a recap of where we left off. And I believe, Dan, it is your turn. So if you don't mind.
Sure. Yeah, happy to do so. So where we picked up last time, we were picked up with the crew of the Wreckless on the Serpent's Whisper, heading in towards Sway on our way back on a rather big boat. We started off with Riaris and Carr working together, so to speak, to get a bird, to send a message to Carvis to let him know that, hey, we are coming in. Please don't kill us and be ready because we have a big boat. After that, Yoon and Riaris had a little bit of a talk about many things. Yoon, kind of told Riaris, hey, you don't have to worry about saving people. Actually, you're kind of an asshole for thinking you have to save people. That's not your job. Who told you could do that? Riaris kind of reacted against that. He wanted to walk away. Yoon gave a little bit about himself and kind of his backstory, a little bit of where he came from, seeing a tower after Riaris kind of prompted about a tower in Faran, where he is from. And Yoon talked about seeing the 6 of winds, I believe, sticking to the side, which led him to believe of 6 people that would help him get in this tower, into this area that he's always kind of wanted to be in, and seeing the 6 of us, thinking, hey, these are the people that can maybe get in here. And they kind of left after a couple drinks of Yoon telling Riaris to, hey, you gotta go find some happiness in life that he has struggled to have, as long as Yoon would stop keeping secrets. And we don't know if either of them will hold up their side of the bargain, but we'll find out. Zed went down to continue his catering service to Kobamu, and barely didn't overdo it, but he left Kobamu with asking, what are you preparing me for? That was kind of the last words that we heard of Kobamu for that period as Zed had left. Ogra did a little bit of painting job, which was very nice. There's an elegant painting of muffins on one of the sails, as well as a very well written Wreckless. I think I know all the letters were spelled perfectly and in the right order and orientation. So really well done there, Ogra. Mm-hmm. Kaelinor tried to get the weapons back from the goblins, and at least one went overboard and was never seen again. Maybe there were more. We're not going to ask questions too much about it. But that was done. Eventually, we came to the next morning. 3 hours kind of waking up, looking at a spoke on the ship, wondering about the tower. Through all the different timelines and experiences he'd never seen that singular tower that he knows is on Faran. Was it real? Is it real? What is it about? Then one of the goblins started shrieking and saying Lanto, and we had started to come towards Sway, back towards the area where we had wanted to, in which case everything kind of broke loose, fell apart, hell, whatever. It was kind of madness. Ogra, as we were getting closer, Riaris saw basically all of Sway, a lot of people waiting on the beach, kind of like, what is this? Almost looked like they're armed, ready to go. And so Ogra says, hey, I'm going to write to them something, let them know who we are, but I can't write, so I'm going to show them pictures. But unfortunately, the pictures weren't great. And so she drew kind of emoticons of each of us, dead, apparently. And so there was a lot of
it's the
conflict.
wind's fault. The wind shifted. The wind shifted.
It's the wind, yeah.
It's the wind, man. And so Carvis had messaged Riaris, like, are you dead? What is going on? Answer apples if you're alive, or bananas if you are in trouble. And Riaris responded with apples, and then saw Ogra's drawing. It's like, what is that? What is happening? Chaos. Nala and Carr bickered between who's going to go first, and of course Nala had to go first, and Carr didn't want her to go, so decided to grab her ankle, and they decided to plunge into the water because that was what they should do. Totally, it was great. Eventually, they got over there. Someone from the beach fired an arrow over us, just kind of chaos in general. But ultimately, as all of this is happening, Yoon is trying to do the only person trying to do a job on the ship, and he's trying to pull ropes and stuff, and he's swinging all over the place, and it's, so I think we eventually got him down, but eventually we didn't die, but or kill anybody else. We made it to we kind of anchored our ship. Zed remembered that the anchor was just behind him, so he decided to put it down, and we made our way to the beach, where we way too info dumped on Carvis, and I think maybe broke him a little bit, and he said, we need to go here so I can think about what is going on. And so we eventually did that, noticing before we went to Carvis's tower that Granny was still missing. We had seen many of the other goblins, but Granny was not among their number. When we got to Carvis's tower, we continued our info lore dump, kind of catching up Carvis as to what was going on. We talked a little bit about Dominium, which Carvis had heard of before. He called it a catalyst, some sort of branch between material and the world of magic people can tap into, and that if people being the Merlin Loke, are gathering large supplies of Dominium, that is not good. That is very bad, very, very volatile, very powerful. We then looked at the map that was given to us of where all the towers were. We actually finally said, hey, let's all work together, look at the map. Nala, looking at it, realized that all the towers are kind of all equidistant to one another, creating kind of a general circle leading to a central point, which is of this island just off the northern coast of Betlodife, I believe. And Nala, who has never had a problem telling everybody everything that she knows, as a matter of fact, was very cagey and did not want to talk any more about it, which Carr immediately noticed, but I don't think we pushed that button any further, understandably. We tried to understand how we all got here. We talked a little bit about Sylvia, where we learned that to Carvis, Sylvia was the captain of a ship that was wrecked offshore. To Yoon, he was someone that she was someone that he met in Faran, and that Zed also knew her in Babato. 3 kind of totally different people that were the same people. And we didn't fully untangle that web, but I think understood that there was now something else involved, kind of how Sylvia is pulling us all together here. Around this time, we got a message from people who were kind of deconstructing the ship, which we had told, hey, don't go in the bottom level. There is something you don't want to deal with down there. Just avoid it at all costs. But before that, they had found something that was these Solaris Lunaris, and so one of them brought him back. So we did some kind of testing between them. One of them caught them light, and ultimately we saw that they could connect to one another. And Riaris touched one of them and immediately zapped over to the other one, and touched one immediately back, kind of realizing this is some sort of instant teleportation thing. But before we could even think about or dive in what this means, Carvis got another message from his son that things had gone bad down at the ship. And as we all rushed down there, grabbing kind of the Solaris Lunaris with us to bring down, we came down to a hole in the ship from the bottom deck, and 2 dead orcs, and Kobamu and his weapon were gone. Kobamu being the Earthakai, right? Immortal panda bear, real bad dude.
Ursa Thry,
thank you. I knew that wasn't right. Thank you. Immortal panda bear guy who is kind of sworn to Diamatalis, who's kind of the dragon figure for the Merlin Loke. Not really a good dude, someone we really didn't know what to do with, and he decided that he was just going to make his own decision, and he used some pretty, as we would come to determine, use some pretty immense strength to just get himself out of this magically warded cage. Killed a couple orcs and bolted off to the west, where some of the people of the town wanted to go follow him. We had to try to hold him off from doing that, knowing what he was. In the interim, Carr had used Gentle Repose on one of the orcs. We were able to save one of them while calling Hilly, who was kind of the local healer, so to speak. And she came down and recognized all of us. I don't think we had seen Hilly in quite a while. And she was able to revive one of the orcs, but not the other. So one did pass. And as that happened, a couple of us went back in the ship to kind of investigate more. And basically, we looked around as a monstrous creature is now on the loose on this island. Ogra had let the monkeys, the Hadozi, know, hey, something's in the woods. Just be careful. And here we are. Thought we had a plan. Thought we were going to build out a ship. Thought we were going to go to Faran or do something else, and now we have unleashed a horror upon the island. We fade to black with what are we going to do next?
Beautiful. I love it. Thank you very much. Very good. Drew, welcome back. Just give me a test real quick.
Test. Now we
There
will
we
tell
go.
the real story of Cocaine Bear.
What? All right, welcome back.
Drew, welcome.
Perfect entry for you.
Perfect entry.
Not Cocaine Bear. It's Kung Fu Kung Fu blah 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 blah.
Kung Fu Panda. Yep. Cool. So anything else we need to add, friends?
Do we add the device is powered by light?
Oh, the teleportation thing.
I think I mentioned there was light into it, but yeah.
Okay.
And just to
Oh,
relevant to the
yeah.
picture that you had on thing, Kobamu was drawing a circle on the ground. Who knows how long it was? I
Yeah.
don't think we quite figured out what that circle that he had been drawing in his cage was about.
Beautiful. Cool. All right. Well, unless there is anything else to add. Okay, that's where it is. Okay, cool. I just want to make sure. Awesome.
Zed did not cause this.
I mean, not in so many words, but. All right. Well, let's dive in, friends. So as we come back in to the shores of Sway, we see the figures that are still nearby from the Serpent's Whisper, a large kind of gaping hole close behind. We have Hilly Duval, the interesting tiefling woman who managed to bring back one of the orcs, and I think is probably tending to his wounds at this moment. But you are all standing together with Yef, who has a cut on his cheek, and Carvis, trying to decide what to do next about our panda, our Ursa Thry escapee. Yeah. What would you guys like to wish to do or say in this moment?
Well,
Okay, well, since Carr can't help heal the dead one, and I'm not sure calling him out in front of people is a good idea, and I failed my perception check, I'm going to take to the air and circle to see if he makes, or Ursa Thry friend makes any big deals about being where he
Cool.
is.
So keeping the
circle.
perception watch. Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and roll me that perception check as we
Oh.
circle through from the rest of them.
Aye.
If we do go to chase after him,
It's a 19.
Cool.
I'm also going to check from the ground if we decide to go after him.
I just don't think we'll, go after him on foot, but we can decide, yeah. So, are we... I assume we're going to go after the immortal bear that can tear 8,000 pounds out of the ground. Is that everybody's... Okay, it looks like you're a yes there.
I mean, I'd prefer truly not to, but I don't think we have much of a choice here.
I mean, we've always had a
Oprah would
choice,
not
but...
like to go either.
Oh, I didn't know so many of you were being reasonable.
No,
Well-
it's just the place he's going was pretty bad first time Oprah was there, and it's Yoon wants to go to a tower and it's there, but Oprah doesn't want to go.
Well, we are part of, it seems like part of our whole deal is going to be at least seeing some towers, but that one in particular, what was bad about it? I knew there were the Motherlook there. That was a bad thing, but was the tower itself somehow like trapped or dangerous or just a bummer?
Bad vibes, heebie-jeebies,
All right.
things that cut hands and then they heal back up again.
Okay, that's also very weird. Is that and the tower? That tower was not whole, right? It's something. Was it like broken or like more like a ruin?
Like the roof exploded.
Like the
It was
roof exploded.
It was missing a roof.
Well, it sounds like Kobamu. Well, there apparently is a tower in Faran, and we could go there. That's gonna be a bit of a trip, though. I don't know if our current vessel seems more suited to the coastal voyage or the river that we did, and although it's fine, you know, it might be nice. We brought a bigger ship in, and I know we all had some thoughts about maybe an improvement. But if we go, we should probably go quickly. So, Carvis?
I was well. I don't. And I think you see him like kind of like speak up after he's like checking on Yef and like just making sure that he was like good and all that. And I think there's a moment where you like there's a certain point where you actually notice like Carvis being a very weirdly like I don't know if weirdly is the right word, but like kind of like I won't explain insight. I'll explain actions. You notice that I'd say like the Carvis and Yef were far away, like I say maybe like 20 feet off, and you see there was a couple moments where Carvis was getting really really close into the wound and doing a lot of like trying to like you know grabbing Yef's shoulders and just like kind of like trying to like talk to him and like is like checking in on the wound, and eventually you see like Yef kind of like slap his father's hand away, and there's a lot of like interaction with that stuff that kind of gives you the idea of like even though Carvis has been like treating Yef at this point as more of like an employee, there's clearly like this like very overprotective father sort of thing happening here. As you see him kind of walk back after maybe the second time Yaf like kind of slapped his hand away. Apologies, I'm might have missed the beginning of some of that. I want it to be clear that I do not really hold fault to what happened to you all. We owe a great debt in putting a dent into the what most would consider to be a great thing in knocking the melon look down a peg or two. I have no idea if your means to going after the creature is warranted. Is there a chance that he comes back to further terrorize the town? In your opinion?
Be honest, he was largely a mystery. We did learn a little bit about his history, but I don't know what his motivations are. I never felt maybe malice or even necessarily a desire to kill so much as an anger and just a sort of fury around him. Again, much like a force of nature, like just that he's a storm that passes through, but I don't know where that storm will go, and if anybody gets in his way, I do think that they'll be in danger. And so I don't think we can stop him. We can try and talk to him. We're going somewhere. We're going back to his home after this, I believe. For the moment, well, I mean, there is the tower on that side of the island, and that seems like something we might want to investigate as well.
Why is it so quiet? What's going on? Are we missing? Ogra, where's Granny?
Hey,
Oh,
we
you're
can't hear you.
muted.
Can I make a perception check?
Sure.
Uh, 17.
Granny's not here.
You don't think she went with Kobamu, right?
That seems fairly unlikely. I figured she'd be. Do you think maybe she went home?
No, she
Are the rest of the goblins here?
looking around.
Car. Give me, let's say with a 19, give me a survival check with advantage. What'd you get? I couldn't hear you, Jeff.
12.
12. Gotcha. Cool. Yeah, 12 is enough. With a 12, you notice that as far as like trying to like kind of track in the at this point kind of more of the open, very like very dry sand would be very difficult. But scanning up above around, you notice that first off, path of it is very clear the direction that Kobamu went, as it seems like there is a path of destruction to any sort of small plants, or even like some of the smaller trees that seem to have been like knocked over, in a way that, like given the like the nature of just walking around a tree gives you like a sense of like full man on a mission sort of thing, or Sithrai on a mission, as it were. But as you notice that, you also notice that there is another area where you see there are certain items that seem to be randomly left out in the like kind of like almost jungle-like area of the brush right before to the north. Pieces of clothing. You notice that there is, I'd say as you like kind of like swoop in a little bit closer, you notice that there's a big giant pot that I think you're, I'll say with the perception check and the you notice is familiar. You're pretty sure you saw it in the kitchen. And like a giant, like I think like maybe like a wok, but maybe like even like bigger than a wok a little bit.
Okay.
You know?
Got it.
The spaghetti pot.
Yeah, like a big spaghetti pot. Yeah.
Before I do anything with that, what is the comparison of distance between the north of the discarded items and the path of our Ursakai?
Pretty substantial.
So there's a good distance between them.
Yeah, it very much looks like this. Like kind of went like.
Oh,
this way.
okay.
Yeah.
I just didn't want one of these.
Right. No.
Like, oh God.
No. It just turned out that Kobamu has a really good arm, and he just threw those things the other way.
I am going to extend my circle and just take a little bit more on those updrafts north to see if I can see if that's where Granny and perhaps the other goblins are.
Yeah. Yep. You see about I rolled a 4 and a 2. You see about maybe about 100 feet ahead from like where you first saw the like giant pot. You see the movement of bushes and little green footsteps.
Okay.
Or little green feet that are just kind of like disappearing behind the brushes.
Okay, and north would be going back to their home, or?
Correct.
Okay. I'm Mark, where I think our friend went. Kobamu. Okay. Where I mentally mark where I think Kobamu went, and then also where our smaller friends went, and I will go ahead and take to the ground a good distance away from them and walk to them, because I have found that grounded creatures don't like me landing right next to them. So I will land where they can see me landing, and then walk over to them.
Okay. You got it.
Hey, Kobamu went that way.
And you're pointing towards the
west.
I think the west.
Yeah. Towards
I think Granny and the goblins went that way. And he points north.
Oh.
They're leaving a trail behind them of like
pots and pans and clothes. I think they may not want to
Oh,
be carrying everything.
well, I guess that's the city's now. That's Sway's stuff that they took. So
Well, no, it was on the ship. But I
well
guess
that,
we're bringing that ship
but
to this way, so
we
sure, why not?
yeah
Um,
it's theirs, and they'll pay us back later.
do you want me to follow one or the other of them? Please don't say the bear.
No, well, it's up to Ogre. Do you want
I don't know. If they're naked goblins running, I think you'd want to follow the bear instead.
Wait, you follow the bear, then I'll follow the goblins.
Ogre? Do you want someone to follow your family to, or I guess can you message them in some way to check on them, or and yeah, what do you want to do?
Granny may be mad at Okra right now, and she's taking the others back home.
Well, that's okay. That's just what family does.
Why is Granny mad at you? I don't get that.
Because Okra said that she knows she isn't a goblin, and then Granny slapped her.
Well, I wouldn't condone abuse, but I'd say you're more goblin than orc to me. Your genetics or whatever fantasy
what?
concept we have of that aside, that's I mean, that's your family. You act more like them. You have their same culture and social habits. It's who you believed you were. I mean, whatever your parents were. I mean, your granny is granny. That's who raised you. And I mean, yes, obviously there is this sort of flat, bald truth of yes, you technically belong to the race of orcs and something else. But like. So, on Faran, there are families, but each family is actually quite large, and you don't have a last name until you are about 12 years old, and then one of the families will choose you, or you join a pirate crew, or you become nameless, and that's a whole other thing. But you try to show who you are at that point, and then one of the families chooses you. I wasn't born an Aurelian. I did know many other Aurelians growing up, and I lived near the main house, but I was chosen, and that's who my family is now, the other Aurelians. Junshan, Junbei, and Leo, and so there's sort of maybe what you are, and there's who you are. And as far as I'm concerned, who you are is a goblin. Much more than that, but if that's who you want to identify with, I think maybe that's what Granny meant. And
this is going a little too deep for Ogre to deal with, and we got a panda.
That's pretty fair. Riaris was talking about I do go on a lot sometimes, so I gotta watch
your
that.
Home sounds horrible.
No.
It's sad.
Do you not know your birth parents?
No, not really. It's
wow.
it's communal. It's like everybody's raising everybody. It's kids running around and people helping out, and it's like the idea that I've heard in some places where just two people handle a child or multiple children sounds completely insane to me. Have you seen children? Have you been around children? Sometimes you just need to leave.
Carvis absolutely cuts you off here and goes, okay, well, the amount of parents is not important. Ogre,
Oh, sorry.
Is there...
Go
ahead. Go ahead.
I was saying, anyone watching Carr when he says he wasn't raised by his birth parents, Carr nods. He nods knowingly. If anyone's watching Carr.
Do we... I do have the means of making sure your family heads back safely in the jungle. It's a limited, but or hold them, detain them.
You can't hold them against their will after what happened.
Okay.
Probably just get a supply pack for them. Just put a bunch of bells, things
If
that
you
make
could
noise,
just-
and throw it at the
No,
edge.
the predators will get them.
I-
They're very squishy and little.
But they're sneaky.
You could just, like-
I've learned Carvis. You can't really tell them
Well-
what to do. They're gonna do what they're gonna do. So
But they-
You could
Just
just tell
simply
them,
offering it as an
like,
option.
tell them to come back, and you can give them a place here in the city that's safe. Because we got you a big boat
No.
as an
I don't know if they
IOU,
want that.
and you
You know,
just
I think
said
that's not really
that we
what
were
they
a
really
big
want.
help to
It's
the
kind
city,
Well,
and there's
yeah,
no
but
way
I
you
think
could repay us,
the
and this
bar
is a good thing to
Is their
do.
home?
It could be like
there's a
garbage
if
men
it
of
was
the
up, if
city.
it was just
They're
up to
meant for
me.
civilization.
just garbage.
But-
Hmm.
Or at
That'd be
least have some people checking in on them to make sure the Merlin Loke doesn't get them.
Did they get those? Kay, where did you put the weapons when you took them from them?
I put them back in they
Well, at least they're armed, you know, so that at least they're armed out there and they have new weapons.
Oh yes,
And
they're
What
fully
is the bucket
armed
list? No.
with
those
pikes
locks
for
are not
arms.
going to really be an issue
I mean,
for
didn't
them.
they take
And-
off their weapons? They have stumps.
Well,
No,
not
they're-
anymore.
they're-
I'm sure they're back on the spear legs and whatnot. Or who knows?
Yep,
But
they're armed literally.
Well,
hate goblins sometimes.
besides the thievery and arson, destruction of property. Ogra, I feel for you. I understand, but there is and also I apologize. Just realized there was probably some comments that I made on your biological race that I didn't realize might have been bad taste. I can provide a occasional watchful eye, but to protect them would be difficult if they are deep within the jungle.
and Oakland, I mean, they're their own people, right? Why don't Carvis, would you send someone to go ask them what they want, and maybe they can, Granny or Fisher or one of the I don't, you know, I'm sorry, I didn't learn any of the other goblins' names. That's very rude of me.
Name Biscuit?
I think one of them was named Fang.
Well,
No,
yeah, but
he
he's
died.
dead. He died a glorious death,
apologies.
though, so it was
Good
it was
death.
fine.
I
Yeah.
ask them. You want to ask Fang to look after them?
Oh,
Can you do that?
I don't know. He might
Well,
like it.
Teeth. Teeth. Free teeth.
Would
Car,
he
is
be
he
able to
around?
contact you if there was a problem, or someone? The problem is like, yeah.
Not yet. Some of my elders have
Okay.
that happen, but I haven't had that happen yet. I don't
Okay.
think I'm strong enough.
For now, let's just have Carvis. Do you have someone that would go out there and at least try to, you know, talk to one of them and ask very carefully? I know that. I mean, it's dangerous. So if you
Yes.
can't spare anybody right now, maybe can you send messages? Like
In a manner.
you might be able to
I
talk
think
to
as he
Granny that
says
way.
this, you hear the chime of the town bell. I'll say, roll me a history check.
That would be. Yeah, well, I think that's okay. That's a nat one. That is a natural one for a 6.
I was gonna say before you said the nat one, I'd say anybody could roll this technically, but I think the nat one we kind of stick with it. As you, I think that kind of reminds you of. Actually, I'll say that kind of reminds you of your ship, and the fact that there was supposed to be a bell that was attached to it.
Oh, that's right. If it's, I was actually thinking we'd have trouble. We have some. Yeah, we have a kind of a list of things that we'd like for the ship, but since it needs to be bigger, is the current Wreckless here somewhere? Is it still in the river, or was it here? Did someone bring it somehow?
It's still in the river. We did manage to be able to, with a lot of very careful maneuvering, separate it in half and move the top half and the bottom half over the bridge, and then reconnect it on the other side.
Oh, but at least it's still okay.
So it is waiting for you in essentially the same area, but hopefully in an area that would be a little bit easy. Apologies, I just realized now that might be difficult if you wanted to find a way to send the ship upriver towards your goblin family.
No, I mean, I was actually thinking. I mean, we could always go around, I suppose, and go through the jungle on the east side. But, yeah, I guess I assumed that we'd want to do something about Kobamu, but
you have the
If
ship
you
in
could
2
just
pieces.
find someone
No,
to
it is
go-
connected. We
also,
connected it.
however you did that, amazing.
And
Yeah,
we
like-
could have
Thank you.
we could have
That was-
upgraded it.
But that's what you have the list for the
We
other
did.
ship. We need a bigger ship if we're gonna all stay on that ship. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
that your ship is a little. It's just I don't think you could build onto it enough to create the. I have the things you
you just
wanted, and it's
cut
plans, and like
and
he
extend.
takes out a piece of
Like-
paper. Like, this is kind of the asks that we have, and it like flips down. Like,
Yes, yeah.
So you know, it's not. It's worth definitely less than the total of the ship and its goods. I've calculated, but you know, and obviously you're not going to be able to get everything on there. But if you could find
some of-
maybe a brigantine, I think that would be about the size we need.
Oh, that's good. I like that.
I know some of these words.
You could just get someone to stop or at least catch up to Ogre's clan, and she gives him a little drawing. And Ogre can't write, but if you could have the person says Ogre loves them, and if they want to come back to be safe, they can, or they could be there. Just Ogre not mad, and Ogre loves Granny and Fisher and everybody. And she puts this drawing in his hand.
I'm so sorry. I was reading diagrams and notes of things to be added, and my brain.
I wrote it
off.
down. Here, Ogre, just take
Yes.
this. These are your words in writing. We can put them both together, and then she would like this delivered to the goblin somehow. It's just her words, and it does include a statement about them coming here. Maybe you could just get them within the sort of radius of the bell. I remember you it does something. When we left,
Yes.
we felt something. It's got to be, I don't know exactly what it does, but the animals were different, and there was some color differences, and yeah.
Well, to be
wait.
able to make. We are very close to the jungle, as you can see. So the jungle being an area that is beautiful as it is dangerous. There were certain things that needed to be done to make sure that there were protections in place, and they work in a number of different ways. Yes, this envelope. Would it be
Can I see that?
better? Hold on one second. So you guys are asking a lot of things. I got to come back to answer the questions. Would it be better, Ogre, for them to receive this by feathers or fur?
Ogre would say feathers, because I don't attack goblins too much. Things with fur would probably be too scary.
Very well. I will.
And the picture would
Handle
look a
that.
little can't do it that
Aw.
well.
I can see it. It's cute.
You just
Oh,
drew
no,
that
it's-
just now?
Yeah.
That's
Wow.
what Ogre just
Well, that's very good.
All right.
I'll
Yes, I will,
roll a
make sure they
performance
get it.
check.
Before you
we'll
send that,
do it, yeah.
before you send that letter, can I see it real quick?
No.
Yeah, I think I agree with Carvis. What?
No.
You have
This. I promise. This is smart.
I would say it's not my permission to
Feel free
give.
to. Yeah.
Ogre.
Just say what you want.
Oh no, it's not saying. It's Something the goblins
They
will
don't want your
understand.
teeth. Zed. They don't
no,
want your
no,
teeth.
it's not that. It's the same way I do with Jacques. The same thing. Let me see the letter real quick.
No.
I'm going to give
I
you this
promise
piece
you
of
will
paper,
not-
and you do it with this piece of paper, and then we'll see what it is.
Okay, give me that paper. Ogra, can you come here real quick? Bend down a little. You're really tall.
Zed's doing this thing, and then Carvis kind of like looks over to Yoon and Riaris. I think I like pulls him. Seems like this individual just kind of just says things sometimes.
Alright,
Like
alright.
says
Just be
and
very
does things
earnest
very-
about it.
Bend down. Okay. Okay.
It grows on you. I think because he's
Okay.
not.
Okay.
There's no
right there on the
facade.
neck.
He's just
Where
saying
you
what's in his
think-
brain and what makes sense. You know.
Lift your arm
Sometimes
up.
it's helpful.
Lift
No,
your one
stop.
arm up. Just,
No,
Yeah. There. Okay.
Go away.
Carvis, here.
What is happening over here?
Attach this to the
he's
envelope.
rubbing paper on me.
Should we
the-
stop this? Or
No,
I
here.
prefer
No,
not to.
I mean,
You
so
just
long
gotta
as
let
there's
it
not
ride
a-
sometimes.
Yeah,
Carvis,
okay.
You'll
so
send this.
Okay.
The goblins. They will smell her on the paper and know it's from her.
That's a scent thing. I get.
They
but,
will
you know,
not-
You could just.
Eat whatever you send it with.
why
thing
did you
is-
need to be involved in the process of that? Why couldn't you have just said that?
Hey, why don't you add your scent to that letter? That's the way a reasonable person.
It's a very
conveys
good idea,
that
I have to
concept.
say. It took
It's
yeah,
not.
because-
No, yeah, it is. But
Is
it's
it-
very.
Yeah,
Your
yeah.
execution is very. That's
Because don't they
your
say
yeah.
actions better than words, right?
I get that. You know,
Hmm.
I
Fire first, bandage later, then ask.
I appreciate
No.
that.
Mystery, Zed.
Wait, what? Okay. What?
So
This is your ship. Points out in the distance. the far
I think he
distance.
used to give tours or something with it. I don't know.
Yeah. So the dark side is that I
Did they come back?
tell the animals to surface and I'd feed them later, and I did whale shows.
Okay. I mean, I don't know how the
Like a Gilligan's
Again,
Island situation.
dark side is a weird way to describe that.
Yes. Why
you know,
is
it's
that?
like-
I don't want to know.
Were you, like,
Never
fooling
mind.
the people, I guess. Like,
They-
yeah,
They went to go swimming with the whales. They weren't
seems lovely.
whales.
oh, okay.
What?
You know,
I don't want to know, but I want to know what were they? What? were they?
So you know how we had like the octopus
Oh god.
bite us
Mhm.
and stuff.
What's
Well,
a octopus?
think
that's
of
a roper.
Oh, understood.
So yeah, think of like a shark with tentacles under its chin. It was like that.
So a roper. That's what the.
Well, that's
Continue.
the thing. Yeah.
Yes, so sharks would come by, fins out, thought it was whales. People would go swim, and business was slow.
All right.
So
You
the
sent-
panda's going that way. We keep getting sidetracked about the panda.
Well, we do need to make that call. Do we? Are we? I mean, I think we're here. We should. I feel like we should see the tower. Unless you feel like Ogre, you've seen it, and you've seen everything, you have explored it, and you don't think there's anything there for us to discover. Especially now that we have the Solaris Clonaris, you know, that there might be a place where we can place it, or
How
you know,
far away is the tower from us? Do we know?
It's about. It's about like 4 hours away.
Yeah, if we were to like, especially if we were to sort of.
Yeah, a
Go
quarter of a
down
day's
and around
journey,
the-
whatever that is.
Yeah, you go like down and around the island or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes.
Shit.
Yes, Kobamu. Yes. Yes. Let's talk about that.
I think we
Okay.
should do that because we need to see the tower and give Carvis some time. We're not going anywhere soon, right? So
Yeah,
Right.
this is going to
While
be
we're here.
there's a project. Oh, I added a little thing about there's an armoire. I know it sounds silly, but just when you read it, just know that it's just kind of a special project that I was just thinking about. It has to do with the ammunition and the shells. You don't need to read it now. Not while I'm here. It's just it is.
And we've lost him again.
It's a sizable section of the but
Did you color code this?
I spent a lot. I mean, there was a lot of ideas I've had since. I mean, just the possibility. I think about possibilities, and then I wrote down all of the possibilities that I saw. Or there's a lot. I think there's like 100, but yeah. So you consider it, and then maybe we go. At the very least, we could go sail over there and look, and then if there's nothing there and we decide not to go to shore, then that's okay. But we should give it the chance, have the possibility.
Yes. Yes. You see him walk
Okay.
off.
All right. Well, let's go to the. We're gonna.
Good talk.
Yeah, we'll go find the ship. We'll talk to you later, Carvis. What depends what you guys want to do. If you want to go to the ship and do stuff, or yeah, I guess.
What'd you guys
So
do?
confirm, your plan is to take the Wreckless around. Right, okay.
To the tower, yeah. Which I'll say the 4 hours was assuming that was the means of travel. I'd say it's probably pretty similar because you have to get and go from the river out to sea and then come back around. So it's probably similar time wise actually. So
It's just, I feel like, less dangerous than trekking through the jungle, and also less dirty and sweaty, and
I think
Billy
going on
still
the ship
around?
is a good option.
Who?
Okay.
Hilly, is she still around?
Hilly has gone off with the orc. I would say at this point,
The surviving one?
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, you see her kind of like off, towards the. You guys are still in the shipyard, so actually, Hilly's still. Hilly's still here. She's just kind of like up on like the second level sort of area. They've actually built up like about 3 floors to be able to kind of access different sort of parts of like ships that would be coming in. So you see Hilly is kind of on the stairs going from the first to the second floor, as the other figure is kind of like sitting on the stairs still. And she's just tending to his wounds and whatnot.
All right, I'm going to run over to Hilly real quick.
Okay.
Just let me at least above board. Did we kind of agree to that's what we're gonna do? This plan is kind of go to the ship and then sail it. All right, cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah. So go ahead, Sid.
All right. Hey, Hilly.
Just hold on to that. Yes.
Hey, I was wondering, do you have any more those vials of like health potions or any other potions?
Oh, I'm so sorry, child. I don't. There's a play. I have no idea what accent I'm trying to pull. But there's a place that's available for you to purchase those things, but I don't really have many of those on hand right now.
Okay, I figured I'd just ask. By the way, that herbal mix you gave me for sleeping, amazing. And I also improved it with a bunch of stuff.
I'm glad to hear it. Anytime you want to just talk to me about the specifics, I'm barring right now, but
All right.
when everything
and
dies down.
So it looks like we're heading off to the tower. Do you happen to have anything that would be good for a brew? Or know of anything on the way to what is it, the east we're going? For the
It's the west.
What?
west? Okay.
What are you asking me?
Also, we're gonna be on
Basically
a ship.
asking her to look out for supplies for my brewer's kit to make stuff.
To make what?
Like a beer.
You just said, hey, do you have anything that I could put into like making like a
Anything for
like
hops?
liquid,
You're essentially making a Borg at this point.
like anything that I could squeeze into being like a liquid that I could cook?
Yeah. Yeah. Anything I could use to make beer, wine.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm sure there are some interesting berries that are in the jungle that might be useful for that sort of thing for wine. But that's not really my specialty, so I'm not entirely sure.
Okay. All right. Well, it was nice seeing you again.
It's nice seeing you as well. Be safe.
All right. If I call through the ether, are you still going to be able to help out?
above board, what are you talking about?
Right at the beginning, back then, she said I'd be able to call out to her name and she'll hear it through the ether.
Oh, in the other timeline.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. Okay, well, cool. She looks and goes, very good. Yes, that should be still a way of contacting me.
All right, sounds good. I'll only do it in case of emergency. But we're off. Sorry about the mess here and everything. I hope the ship does good. I'll get back to the crew, and we'll try to fix this.
I know you will.
All right, and then I just run back.
You got it. Yef comes up to you guys. Hey, so are you guys gonna go after that thing, or?
Well, yeah, in a way. I mean,
Manner of speaking.
we don't know any better than I don't think anybody else how to stop it, and we're hoping it stops on its own. But we're gonna sail around to where we think it's going, and then we'll see what happens there.
Okay. Do you want any help?
Oh, I mean,
You look off. I think you like look left and right. Like, where's Carvis? Gone.
Sure.
Also, he's asking you, but I'd say he's also asking the group. Anybody else wants to chime in? or
right,
something
like,
that.
What can you do?
I have some abilities of being able to like kind of command, control situations. Obviously, if he didn't, spring on me. I mean, he blasted a hole in the ship, and
well, yeah, nobody was going to be able to deal with that.
yeah. But I think if I had a little bit more time, I might be able to. Help control.
Spare
All
knows
right.
magic.
I just want to make sure that. I mean, you're an adult. You can make your own decisions. Do you think you should tell your father? You understand that if you join us on this and you are hurt in some way, or twins forbid killed, your dad's probably gonna swear vengeance on us and destroy our ship. Is what I imagine happens at that point. So, I'm just being practical here. I feel like you should be able to make your own calls, and I'm open to it. You seem like you could help. If you think you should tell Carvis, you should tell him. If you don't think you should tell him, then come on.
Listen, the Bellmaker's fine without me, for a few hours.
Insight check.
Sure.
Wait. Only a 13.
13? Yeah, 13 is enough to kind of get an idea of. I mean, he's not really hiding very well. He's an adult, but he's a young adult, and you get the idea of. I think, like, Ogre, you saw what happened, like, further. You kind of get the idea that Yef doesn't get out much. So we're good. I can come with you guys.
Ogre just pushes him without warning. See if he can, like.
You just
That's your test. That's your test. That's phenomenal. That's a great test.
Okay. Yeah. Beautiful. He rolled a 5 on the contesting any athletic check that you have. He falls immediately to the ground. Ow! What the hell?
What are you doing?
That's gonna be a 15.
Yeah, you didn't even need a roll. It was fine.
Yeah, the good old test.
What do you?
So in
Ogre, what are you doing?
Offer my
Jacques
hand,
did
help
it
him up.
all the
If Ogre
time.
could do that to him when he wasn't expecting it, what do you think the scary panda
Yeah.
guy that ripped
It's
two people's arms off is gonna do?
Oh, I
yeah,
see.
it's a
Well,
surprise attack. You gotta
yes,
see how
so,
good his reflexes are.
can you do things from range? Like what is it? How far out can you do whatever you do?
Oh, you want to use your words in asking what I could help out
Look,
with?
we're not a monolith here. Everybody's got their own ideas and their own methods of, it's I'm offering you a chance.
Yeah, I can stay at range and do stuff.
All right.
I have a little bit of like magic stuff
On a
my
scale
father
from
taught
1 to
me.
20,
I
what do
don't
think
want you
your
to get
level would be?
anywhere close to Kobamu. I need you to swear to me that you'll stay behind us and you will not get close to Kobamu could tear any of us limb from limb.
He's a fledgling. He's got to learn to fly. If he wants to come with us, he's coming with us.
Yeah, just leave it out
Anybody who
to your
comes with
dad.
the
He knows
crew
the
has to
risks.
swear some sort of, oath.
He saw that thing run by him. If he wants to go chase it, who are we to tell him not to? Better with us than by himself.
Yeah, I guess he did survive him busting out of the ship. And
That's true.
not like the ogres, and he did use spells because his dad said he was running out.
I
Whoa,
still want him to
dude.
stay in the back. Yeah.
Orcs.
Orcs, yeah.
That's a big difference. Don't confuse that again.
No.
They did not like your.
He's not. There's no. He's never.
It looks at Ogre again. Just
There's not a person that he's not going to offend at some point. So and he's fine with it, and we're fine with it. So
Okay.
it's just the
Yeah.
way it goes. And he means no harm by it. So Captain, he is a captain. Captain, shall we
Yep,
get underway?
Oh,
that's
yes.
okay.
Yeah.
Do you accept
we
this
shall.
new crew member onto your ship?
It depends. Can you hold your liquor?
We're not getting him drunk before we go and do this. Nobody's getting
Dude,
drunk before we do this.
Initiation.
Dude, he so there is a transition where he's like, dude, I'm half dwarf.
Oh yeah.
I speak to him in Dwarven.
Okay.
Wow.
Do you know Dwarvish?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Or Dwarven, whatever it is.
Yeah, Dwarvish. Yeah, I said, we're gonna drink a lot tonight, and I'm not gonna
Alright.
pilot the ship.
So, I don't.
Why are you? He responds in Dwarven. Why are you telling me this?
Because sometimes it's more fun them sometimes thinking I'm a complete idiot when I'm not a complete idiot. But
And
it's
you're
still
proving
fun.
it to them by not steering the ship?
No, I like to see them run around and scream sometimes. We've survived a lot. It keeps them on their feet.
I'm gonna roll something right now.
You just made him change his mind.
I'm so sorry, dude. Hey guys, your captain just said he's not gonna steer the ship tonight.
Well, I mean,
Oh no, I heard, and I smacked
That's
Zed.
like most
I've
nights.
got it. Oh, yeah.
You also know Dwarvish?
Phenomenal.
Like, like,
That's
really?
amazing.
Beautiful.
Ow!
It's chaos, but
That's
we
not
have it under a loose sort of control. It's sort of directed chaos, and that's the ship.
Let me
That's
ask
the
you,
crew.
how are you at improvising? Okay, you're terrible. That's fine. Okay, we'll figure it out as we go.
You'll learn as you go. That's what it is. All right. Welcome aboard. Here we go.
Okay. All right. We should
Zed,
probably
do you
go
have
now,
any
though.
like traditions that you do with new crew members? Any sort of like
God, I hope.
hazing or I'm joking. Let's go.
Well, we finish a bottle and smack it across the ship for
Yes,
next
you'll do
ending.
that after we deal with the unkillable
can do
bear.
that.
Unkillable,
Oh.
immortal
Actually,
bear.
I just happen to have one of the bottles from the big ship.
Ogre's gonna pick it up and throw it across the thing.
It's fine. I brought a
shatters.
second one.
Beautiful. All right, let's go.
right, let's go.
You guys.
Let's get there.
Can I have? I sent you a DM, Joe. Can I have chat with Carvis while this was going on?
No, Carvis kind of like walked off, but I would
know,
say
when- because I wasn't saying anything. Can I like just go to have a chat with him?
Yeah, I'll say, like for the sake of what you sent me. Yeah, I'd say you handle that.
quick.
Yeah, no problem.
And I come back.
Yeah.
Just,
Beautiful.
and I was talking to him about my request. It wasn't anything big.
You got it. I'll
Did
say
you
like
have
above
an
board.
armoire you were trying to get him to build as well.
Above board, make sure you send it to Evan or whoever has abilities over the wish list because I need to make sure it's all together.
Because I lost the wish list.
Yep. Then
Which is why I
okay.
sent it to you.
No problem.
Sweet.
I'll pop it in there and pin it. But yeah,
Yep,
I'll add it myself.
Right now.
Cool.
Yeah, awesome. So you guys head off to the ship. Okay, Kara, fair enough. Yef follows behind. As you get to the ship, you see... Oh, actually, we should probably handle this for a second. You see a figure walking your direction very slowly because she's carrying a massive bell. What the heck's her name again?
Isabel, right?
Isabel.
Isabel.
Nobody
yeah.
knows because Carvis doesn't even know her name.
She's. Oh, that's okay. I got it. Do you have the? Do you know where it's going?
Are you sure that looks really heavy? You sure you don't?
I don't know which bell is this the bell that was on the ship or this is the new bell or I'm not sure. This is the bell that was on the ship, right?
This was the new bell that we put on the ship.
You've now taken off.
That now you guys are getting a new ship, so I've taken it off.
You
take
can
it to the
handle this
dockmaster.
one,
It's fine. Just take it to the dockmaster. They'll know what to do with it. Tell them it's going on the new ship, and you can leave it there and don't worry about it. We'll put it on the new ship when the new ship is ready.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Ogre's just gonna like pat her on the back and say, "Ogre appreciates you, and you're doing a good job."
Thank you. That that means a lot. And she heads off.
Make sure to lift with your knees.
You see her just.
When
She's
it's
a
that big,
halfling,
it's
so
just
like
kind of
it's so big. It's like she's like
probably
this
leaning
the whole time.
back, you know.
Yeah. Yep. You get to your ship. Zed, give me a investigation check.
A 17.
Looking over the ship as you pass by, you notice that it seems like everything's in order. It looks exactly like how it did before, except that it is now on the other side of the bridge.
Looks good. Everybody ready to go?
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah.
Let's
Okay.
go.
Are you gonna steer the ship, or would you like someone else to take the helm?
We got autopilot for that.
All right, I'll take the helm. Somebody else want to handle the sails? This is going to be a breeze compared to the other ship. We've got practice. You know, we've been doing this for 4 or 5 days, maybe 2 days. Oh, you know how to sail a ship?
Yeah, I've. Yeah.
You want to take the helm?
Oh shit.
You want to
Do you want
drive?
to us?
Yeah. Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Come on.
He goes to he goes up to the helm and kind of like you can see he's I'd say like anybody who's watching him can roll an insight check.
Yes.
Oh my god, this game.
I love that.
Nice.
A -1.
16
Saw
for
that.
yours.
22.
19.
Cool. Anyone rolled above a 15 kind of like is looking at this as the it's very clear it's the kid that has read everything there is to know about taking a ship out to sea or reading the car manual but has never actually physically done it. So you see him kind of like doing the equivalent of checking all the mirrors. Like just okay. All right. All right. Raise the force sail. Oh, there's no force sail on this one. Okay, cool. All right, great. Okay, you can lift the pull up the anchor. Raise the anchor. Raise the anchor.
Yep. Okay, you want to help sail the ship, or do you have,
Yep.
some stuff? Okay, all right. We'll both.
I'm standing
yeah.
behind, like a
Okay, I'll go ahead
driving
with the
instructor.
sails and
Yeah.
the
I'll help
anchor.
sails as well.
Yeah, cool.
Beautiful. As you guys start to go out, I hate to ask this because dwarves are never supposed to reference anything with their height. But I am having trouble seeing. Is there like something that
I think
you could
actually
put?
Zed had a box around somewhere.
Yeah,
Okay.
there's an
You
apple
need a
box
booster
somewhere.
seat?
Yeah, I got the lift
Nice.
over here. It's an apple box. Yeah.
Great. Okay. Cool.
There
Awesome.
you go.
Yep.
All right. Everybody, hold on. Not that you need to, because it's
You're doing great.
okay.
Yeah.
Good job.
And he does a good job. He's just nervous. It's just that.
Yeah.
So so you see him. You are able to head out to sea, and I'll say mechanically speaking, you're fine. No worries at all. Like Kaelinor, you can be still kind of like on the back, like behind him, and I would say like especially with your guidance, he's totally fine. But I will say this actually, as Yef is sailing, there's a certain point where he's like, "Was that a rock? Is that a rock? Is it okay? All right. Nope, it's not." So, so what? Why do you know Dorvish? Is that like a Merlin look thing or?
Okay.
Nope.
We're going straight
Talking to
there.
Kaelinor.
I know Dwarvish because I had a good friend who was a dwarf, and she taught me a bit of Dwarvish. And some of our letters we'd write in exchange were in Dwarvish, occasionally Elvish, sometimes Common.
Oh, okay, that's cool. In what fun?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, cool. Well, I guess that's where. Well, I'm from here, but I guess that's where our family originated from. So
Oh, interesting.
yeah, I've never been
Did you?
out this
Uh-huh.
way. So
Okay. Is your cut healed, by the way? How are you feeling?
I'm okay. Yeah, it's good enough. Thanks.
Okay. Hey, you're all good, and you're doing a great job. Just learn how to breathe a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Relax. It's the open seas. Be free and steady. And I'm gonna place my arm on his shoulder as like a "you're doing a good job, kid," and lay on hands 1 hit point to kind of get rid of if there is like a scar. Just kind of
Yeah.
get rid of it.
Just heals it out. Cool. There's no way he notices. He's so nervous. Like as you like touch his shoulder, you can feel like that sort of like. So what's it like? Just I don't know. Just being away from home, out in the open sea, just not here or not where you grew up.
Interesting. I think I have a different experience than most people. Everyone in my cohort was very eager to be away from home and spread the message. But I found myself longing for home. There was a freedom there, but I enjoyed the open seas. At home I was idle, but the seas are a nice change. But a lot of responsibilities. And routine. So you've never left home?
Yep. I wanted to. I just. Dad always kind of forbid it. It's funny, you know. I'm sure there are things that, like, with Isabel, that, like. I'm sure she's jealous of certain things with me, but I'm jealous with how Dad treats Isabel. Just I mean, if she ever just kind of, I mean, he would be sad if she left, but you know, it's like she would also accept that she made that choice, I guess.
Don't knock the relationship you have with your father. You have a solid one. Even if he tries to be very, I don't know, I guess deflective. He still loves you and cares for you. He doesn't want you to, I guess, fly too far from his wing just yet. You'll get your chance. This might prove it, but don't stress too much.
Yeah, between you and me, he would be pretty upset that I'm here right now.
Parents. You should have left a note. At least that way there's plausible deniability.
Yeah, I guess he's a good guy and he's a great dad. It's just I just don't know if he would ever let me go anywhere, you know? Ever.
Well, the first thing is to do, maybe, is to try. This is the first step. See how you go.
Yeah. Thanks.
Okay. Now, I believe you've got this, so I'm gonna go check in with everyone else and see how they're doing.
Okay. All right, cool. Thanks.
Remember to breathe, and Kay just kind of leaves the helm and kind of heads down.
Beautiful.
Carr remains on the crow's nest above him just to keep an eye on him.
Yep. Dude.
I wave without saying a word.
Breathe. We see we see Nala eventually kind of connect to the roost by you. You know, you're probably scaring him.
I scare everybody. It's okay.
Not me.
Well, I'm glad for that.
I grab her. I hold her hand.
Yeah. So. What? Thanks for not pushing the other thing.
Yeah, I'm still curious, but I think you have your reasons. I would just love to know what the secret is.
To be honest with you, it's I have reason to believe I don't have a lot of information either. I guess I just I have reason to believe that area has a personal connection to me.
Oh. Well, that must be uncomfortable.
Yeah. I've thought about making a trip out there, but every single time I start to think about it, I just I don't know. You don't know what you'd find, you know.
Well, maybe when it's time for us to get there, we'll go together so you have people who support you.
We'd need yeah, we need to figure out some sort of I need to probably make some or get Carvis to make you guys some like fire resistant sort of stuff for there.
Yeah, burning feathers don't work very well on most of us.
Yeah.
Well, for right now, we're chasing a homicidal immortal bear, so we're okay.
Yeah, okay. Okay. What's your thoughts on all this?
Which part? Yef? The bear? life,
Oh, I don't.
reality.
Yef is.
He said that with complete seriousness. That wasn't a joke. Like,
Yeah.
what are you asking about?
Yeah. Yef is potatoes compared to this whole bear situation. I mean,
Oh, the bear situation.
you know,
I don't know. I mean, he made a decision to leave. I'd like to talk him down from killing the entire island. That'd be nice. If that's what he's doing, he seems to want to kill something really big to go out in a big bang. So I'm not sure if he'd attack anyone on the island. It's small potatoes for him, using your terminology.
yeah.
But maybe calming him down a little bit would be good. He's very angry.
Well, some people learn to control it.
Yeah, 100%. I'm not doubting it. It seems like he has reasons over and over and over again to be angry. And I'm not sure a little bit of kindness is going to do a lot immediately. I'm a little bit worried for him, actually. I never really got a chance to talk to him, but I'm concerned for him. A little scared, too.
Well, just because a creature supposedly can't die, if he screws with us, I can think of ways to make sure that he doesn't mess with anyone again. Past.
Yeah, I don't need to. I really want to talk to some of the spirits who seem to have known him. The one that I talked to already was not extraordinarily helpful, only that he thought he killed him, but now he's back. This one wants to come back to kill him again, and just a lot of angry people. I'd like to talk to somebody who may have met him who was calmer about the situation, who knew his people. Maybe one of his people. Apparently I can do that now.
Sounds like they're all dead. Oh, right.
Yeah. It's a window most people can't look through. It's turning a page. They're still here.
Have you ever seen... Never mind.
What?
Have you ever seen any Aarakocra like me?
Fire wings?
Yeah.
You're the first one I've seen ever. I thought it was a myth until I met you. But then again, people... I don't know. The more I'm out with these other people down there, and I'm like looking at Yef and the people on deck because we're talking kind of quietly. The more I meet them, I miss the Aarakocra. But I really want to know why we are the way we are. Like, they don't seem to have a problem talking to me. You don't either, which is weird. But why are we so separated, and why? I don't know. And where do you? I mean, I'm not complaining. I like you. Squeeze around a little bit. But where do you come from? I mean, I know why I'm here, but I think I know why I'm here. We talk to the spirits. We carry on stories, but there must be a reason why the Firewing exists, and we're like polar opposites. What? Why are you here? I want you here. I like you, but I want to know the answers. Do you know why you're here?
Yeah.
Why? You must know more about the Firewing than I do.
She looks out towards the front of the ship, and she just responds with, "One would think."
Oh. find answers together.
Looks around to see if anybody can hear. He goes, I like that.
I'll lean into her a little bit and just stay quiet.
Yeah. Uh,
Still watching over EF because he's nervous.
Beautiful. We cut over to I'd like to zoom in on Ogra. What's Ogra doing?
I think she just has muffins on there and she's like doing this. Like, she's not really happy going back there, but she knows she has to. And she's also thinking about her family and that she just got them back and now they decided to leave her.
You said this. Are you just
She's on top of muffins and like doing just petting him.
gotcha? Cool. Okay. You got it. Anyone else?
Probably sitting at the front of the ship, just thinking, with a bottle in hand, just staring off to the front.
Cool. As we see Zed staring out in the front of the ship, we see a depiction on the bottle of a very interesting, somewhat androgynous looking individual that we've come to know as Rajin, as it would be something that you had from Bambato, because it was on your ship. So, yeah. What's Riaris doing?
Yeah, I think what Riaris is doing is not a whole lot. Probably actually not a lot of space on the deck, but I think what he would be doing is actually spending some time with the lance and trying to just train a little bit more to the weight of it. You know, just be prepared. He hasn't really had a lot of time to spend with it, so I think he's yeah, kind of doing that, kind of keeping an eye on everything, but otherwise keeping to himself. I do think that if Riaris sees Zed going to drink, he would try to prevent that. So I'd imagine if he sees Zed up there, just walk up towards Zed, you know, kind of poke the bottle with his lance, you know, as a testing thing as well as not forcefully. No, I'm not going to sit out of his hand. But why don't we wait for that for a little bit, Zed? It's like noon.
You know, Mirrors, you and Yoon remind me of him a lot.
Of who?
Of Jacques, the guy who taught me everything.
So above you, is his name Jacques or Jean?
It's Jean.
Jean. Yeah.
It's Jean. Okay.
He's drunk, all right?
Yeah. You guys.
Did you say Jean?
Yeah. You guys always
Huh.
watch out for me like he did. He just one
Interesting.
day ended up going and leaving. Haven't seen him
Sorry to hear
since.
that.
Not heard.
What? This is kind of a crazy question, but what did he look like?
He was like a rough-looking dude. Black short hair. Missing some fingers on his hands, some scars. Always wore like a trench coat and lots of pockets. That was his thing.
Wow. I slowly, while we're talking, try to take the bottle out of his hand. I actually sounds like someone I met once.
Drops the bottle. You what?
Oddly enough, he bought me a beer. I didn't know him very long, but
When? Where?
before I came here, back in Imea, South Imea, when I was getting on a boat, I was waiting and didn't quite know what to do. He just
South-
came out of nowhere.
South Imea.
Yeah,
What
not
is
around
he?
here. A couple weeks travel north from the Isles.
What is he doing over there? He was on a ship heading towards. Would he?
He
Why would he go
pointed me
there?
to the ship that got me here. I didn't know how I was gonna get here, and he told me how to get here. Basically,
Did he look okay?
it looked fine to me. I mean, he was friendly, very friendly. Gave me, shit, man, he gave me gold. I was broke, and he just gave me a pouch of gold, so that was pretty good.
That sounds like him. That bastard. Just straight up and left.
Well, that doesn't. I mean, someone who leaves isn't usually someone who then gives charity, I guess. But maybe
Yeah, he said at some point our paths will cross. Hasn't been since.
time's
But
a funny thing. You never know.
speaking with how we've been dealing, yeah. Oh man.
So
I guess
you
that's
knew
good.
him. He was on your boat. He was on. Your
Yeah,
ship.
I saved him when the witch arrived. He was floating in the water. I thought it was a corpse. Drug him to an island that became my home. He trained me for a couple of years. One day, just up and left. He said he had some business he had to take care of and was gone. Never told me what. Just gone, left a note. Second person ever to do that. Oh, first. Then there was another, but that's a different story.
I mean, in some ways, at least you got a note. You know, when I didn't often have the chance to leave notes, so it's something, I guess. Sure, he had a reason for it.
Probably a big one. All the stuff he trained me. Like that push test with Dogra earlier. He'd do that to me. Except lots of other things too. Get me prepared. Said I had a thick skull, that's why I could get knocked out and be fine.
It's funny. I haven't thought much about him. I wonder. Always a reason for things. You say
Yeah,
where
it's
he was
weird.
from? Like, did you know anything about him? I knew him for an hour at most. But
Never really came up. It was more of a thank you. Now I'll train you to protect yourself and save your own life. I never really did ask a lot of things. It was more of he told me about being a ranger, and from then on, I was hooked on doing that, saving people, getting rid of bad things. And he told me what's one thing I want to get rid of, and well, since the witch, it's gonna be zombies. Might as well find a way to stop her. You stop the zombies. Stop the zombies, make our army smaller.
Riaris. Roll me a religion check.
that is not great. 7.
Cool. Strikes you as odd. It feels. Well, I don't think odd is the right word. I think just the idea of like another sort of another odd crossing of fate.
I got kind of a breath and try to remember more about what was a relatively innocuous experience with this person. I remember Jean, but wasn't a lot. But I think the moments of, and I think I said this at this moment, a lot of coincidences happen these days that I'm now feeling aren't too much of coincidences. Like there are paths we all have to tread. And what if Jean is just like Sylvia? All the stories of Sylvia pulling us together, and what are the chances, right?
Yeah, it's almost like it was meant to be. Almost like everything was planned out in a story.
What if he put himself there so that you would find him, right?
Yeah, this is true, but I don't even know my own background to know my worth in a story like that.
Maybe that's the point. Not much of anything myself. Should we find him? I want to find him now.
Yeah, I would definitely be a lot of drinking, a lot of joking. But man, when it came to being
Those are your
serious,
first two things: drinking and joking. When find him, that's what you would do.
you found me with the same. But man, when he got serious, there weren't no jokes. That's when I knew to grip the daggers tight and prepare.
Seems like a good teacher in his own way.
Oh yeah, a bit rough, but he called it tough love.
Yeah.
BRS, you mentioned a couple things. I'm giving you advantage.
For what?
For that religion check.
Oh, roll again. That is slightly better. That's a 13.
Okay. There's a thought that crosses your mind that I think you kind of just push out of the way. Maybe more of like the idea of like maybe it just doesn't seem important and maybe that's not the point or whatever. But it's something that just strikes you as odd and interesting. Looking at Jean, someone you haven't really thought about this whole time. Right, he just gave you money for the passage to come here. It doesn't show up anywhere else when you think back to the other memories. But yeah, I think you shrug off. Maybe that's not important right now.
What do you I think we're gonna find at the tower?
Uh,
Any guesses?
well, I mean, unless we find a secret passage to something, it's probably just gonna be a broken tower. But at least it's a landmark to something. Mark it on a map. Go to the next one. Maybe it'll spell something out.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Something to do with kind of motion to the bag of holding. Something to do with those two connecting. Well, we'll figure it out pretty soon. I just hope we don't run into that big bear. That seems like a bad idea. But you seem to be friends with him, so.
And let's hope for
Save the
your
day.
sake there's no underwater cave.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that? Underwater cave? Great. Great, can't wait.
It's
I'm trying
fine.
to think about how I'm not on a boat and how we're not building out a boat to live on the water. Is that I'm really trying hard to not think about it. Now you want an underwater cave? So great. Yep.
Hey guys, you're like right in my view. If you just, it's probably fine. Just
It's
cool.
just open sea. Oh sure. All right. Yeah.
Yeah. I know.
Right.
You never know.
So you were practicing with your lance. Do you need some help with that? I got some old tin cans I can throw up for you to jab at.
You know what? I think that sounds pretty good actually. Yeah. Sure.
I go walk off, get the cans.
Beautiful. Yoon, as we kind of like pull away from that scene, where is Yoon right now?
You know, I guess it's a smaller ship.
Mm-hmm.
To be, I think he wants to be on deck, probably just, kind of watching. There's a lot of just sort of watching people going on. That's what Carr does too. But I think he's probably on the other side then from from Yoon and Riaris, just sort of on the aft, kind of maybe even sitting on the railing, and just shuffling cards and just watching and kind of listening to what carries through the air and what doesn't, and I think he's thinking of home. And his face is not, it's not fond memories. I mean, there are fond memories from home, but he's worried. He's very clearly, visibly sort of, that has caused him stress to think about going back and the things that he's been avoiding and doesn't want to go back to. So I think that's all. He's just kind of shuffling. I think at one point he actually, he's doing little tricks with the cards, whatnot, shuffling, flipping around, and I think he drops one. And that's not something he does very often. It's practically a magic deck. So I think he just sort of drops one on the deck and notices and sort of tries to snap out of it a little bit, and just stop thinking about that. And maybe at that point he might go to Yef, just to have something to talk about, something off of his mind at that point if he's going to do anything. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, you typically, this is the smaller ship, so you can kind of see out a little bit. But on a bigger ship, you're not steering, with your, it's not like steering, I don't know, like a smaller vehicle or a cart or horses or something like that. You sort of go in a direction and then someone tells you, to go some degrees to support or something like that, and then you follow those directions, but you don't actually see anything. You're blind steering, and you try to keep it steady when you're at the helm, unless somebody else comes to tell you, oh, hey, we need to turn to port or whatnot. But larger ships, the sails are largely in the way. You might be able to see a little bit, and some people do enjoy the view as they sail, but you don't have to keep, especially this far out, from the shore. You don't really have to, somebody else should be keeping a lookout for you, which I probably should have been doing. But Zed's up there.
Well, say 64% of shipwrecks happen because people were not looking out for what is ahead of them. So I was just trying to kind of keep extra pair of eyes. And I realized on this ship, because it's more of the caravel size, there's more of a everything kind of set up to the helmsman. But obviously, if you want to be lookout, I'm all for that. But yeah, I just don't want to, just being careful.
Yeah, you know what? That's I'm not sure, whether this is your first. It's probably your first time on this size vessel, this type of vessel. I assume, maybe
Any.
not any vessel.
Yeah. Yep.
Well,
also, can you do me a favor? Can you just back up just a little bit, because I just can't feel the wind when you're in the
yeah. Okay. Well, all right. Well,
it's important just to know what you're having to fight against for the sails, from what I've read.
You read a lot of books, do you?
Yeah. What else am I gonna do?
There's actually a great library in Chukan on the island of Faran. You wouldn't think so, it's an island largely of pirates, but pirates don't tend to like books. So a lot of the books just go to the center of the island. Some of them get sold or whatnot, but there's just a lot of collected books. One of my many cousins, well, I guess he's more of an uncle, but Leo Aurelian. He runs the sort of. It's not exactly a library, but the sort of book repository. But there's. I grew up reading a lot too, is what I was trying to say. Is that, and then it took me a long time before I finally left the island, and it's going great. This is my first time off Faran, and so I've been learning a lot by experience as well. It's
Roll me an insight check.
I got a natural 20 for an 18.
Beautiful. You get the feeling that he's very interested in what you're saying, but is also trying to kind of keep everything a little bit more reserved. And you get a familiar sense from Yef of someone who feels trapped where they are. I'd say with that nat 20, he also probably kind of opens up a little bit. Yeah, that sounds cool. I think I gotta wait till my dad probably passes away, which he's a dwarf, so I'll be waiting for a while.
Yeah. I didn't exactly have parents the same way. I mean, I had a lot of parents when I turned of age.
Sounds rough.
It has its ups and downs. But I left my situation in not a great state. And if you decide to leave, and one day maybe you'll decide to do that. Sometimes everybody wants to feel independent, wants to be their own person, tell their own story. Don't do it where you don't have a place to come back to. It doesn't feel great. My sister's is complicated, but just, you know, that what I do a lot is this thing I'm doing, which is talking. And what I find other people don't do enough, and I do too much, is talking. Sometimes you just have to talk to your father, and you know, it can be hard, but you just have to say all the words or write a letter. And sometimes you think things don't need to be said, or you think things that the people won't accept them or whatever, but you don't know until you say them out loud. You never know until you actually say it, because there's infinite possibilities for what can happen.
Yeah, I guess it's the last time I tried. It just went so bad, and I honestly I kind of felt bad. I mean, we got in this big fight about it, and he ran off and actually went to. It's now gone, but he went to Rook's Tavern, and I'd never seen him so drunk. I mean, dwarves, he must have cleared that whole place out. It wasn't a good look for him, for the people that he was with, and it's hard not to feel like I was partially to blame. And
No, I mean, that's fucked up. You don't tell your parents something and then they go and get drunk. That's like nobody. I mean, that's very. I mean, look, I live on an island of pirates, but like communally raised children, kind of. You know, that's because there's a lot of parents to keep other parents in check. So like, if you tell somebody something and they just go drink and get drunk, that's not on you, and it's kind of a messed up thing to do as a parent. But not everybody. You know what? Some people are great at a lot of things and not great at parenting, and sometimes you have a kid and you don't know how to. Nobody knows how to do it.
Well, he didn't. I mean, he didn't blame me. It wasn't like that. It was just I know his.
But there's a lot of.
He's got a lot of responsibility to the city, and it just I know that wasn't a good look.
Yeah, that's true. But yeah, I mean.
So I mean, he didn't blame me. I guess I blamed me.
That can be a problem. A lot of times you pick up. Yeah, it's very easy. It's the one of the sharpest weapons we use is guilt against ourselves. And, that wasn't your fault.
Yeah. I know.
Just, think about talking to your dad. And also, maybe write a letter, or don't run away from home is what I'm saying. Everybody wants to be independent. Oh, this is a little bit of what you did, but hopefully it's a small excursion, and hopefully your father won't, do anything drastic. But yeah.
Yeah, I didn't. I wasn't. If you guys were heading out to Ferran, it's not like I would have been dropping everything to head out with you guys without talking to him. At least I wasn't. It's not like that. I love my dad. It's just getting, I probably should have left him a note or something.
Yeah. All of that it's really hard to talk to people and to think about all the possibilities that might happen when you talk to them, and then you imagine what the possibilities of those possibilities are, and you go on. And I think it's not something that I do, but I understand it, and especially for someone who I think maybe for people who are smart, I think there's a lot of that, and then you freeze up. So try to write something or talk to him, and unfortunately there's no better advice than to just do it, and hurt maybe a little bit, but sometimes you have to go through grief and hurt to get to a better place. I'm sorry, I'm talking your ear off. You probably you're doing a great job with the ship, and if you want relief, by the way, you just let us know, and someone will relieve you. You can go, have some food or relax or whatever you want to do.
Do I need to?
No, you can stay on the helm as long as you want.
Okay.
It's just a short trip.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. Everybody's been, pirates aren't usually this sensitive. Both of you guys have been very, yeah, you guys just, most of the sailors, sailors that I talked to are, mostly just telling stories.
You have to make a lot of compromises when your profession is to steal from other people. It's not what it's not what Chukan does. We kind of stay in the middle of all of that as sort of arbiters of the island. So I've never pirated before. In fact, I would be not allowed to pirate. It's sort of a union thing. It's confusing, but
I love that answer. Because, you're not the first Loa that I've seen, and the other one I talked to is definitely a pirate.
Most of them. I mean, we have you have all of the ports on the outside. And those families are all basically they run by either pirating or making ships for pirates. That's basically the deal.
Oh, okay.
But the Aurelians in Chukan, which is in a sort of lake in the middle of that of Ferran, we act as mediators between the families, and we guard what was once a beautiful place and a place of mystery and of adventure, and it's the ruins of an old city and a strange tower. That has its own problems now too, but those people aren't pirates, and that's where the library is, which is why it's there. So if you ever go, try to go to the Casil port. That's the one on the northern side of the island. That's probably the most legitimate port that's going to accept people. The other two are sketchier, and then you just go south from there, and there are probably people who could take you to it's not like a secret or hidden city. And if you go there, ask for the library, ask for Leo Aurelian, and
Leo Aurelian.
Yeah. He could show you some interesting things.
Okay.
But
How much
for
is
now-
the docking
Oh.
fee at the Casio port? Because that's
Oh,
going to be...
it's confusing. It's often a percentage of your what you take. You know what you have pirated.
Okay.
If you're there to deliver goods, that's what it's. Visitors generally, you're gonna have to. I would go with somebody who knows how to negotiate. Because if you go by yourself for the first time, they're going to. You're gonna get fleeced, and that's just part of the deal. But otherwise, yeah, it's not really consistent. But that's the most, that's the biggest port, and it's the most legitimate. So, I'll leave you be.
No, I mean, I like the stories as well. So this is
Me
nice.
too.
This has been distracting.
Oh yeah.
Because the Aarakocra has not stopped staring at me.
Oh, so okay. The thing about this crew is that all of them pretty much
The Ashwing. I'm sorry. Can he hear me?
Probably yes. But I'm sure he doesn't mind. He gets this all the time. He's very nice. He has no interest in killing you or you dying before your time. He's not here to be some harbinger of your death in particular. Like he's probably
okay. So
one
you've
of
had
the,
to explain this more than once.
Oh yeah. Well, then there's Zed, and Zed is sort of a mess, but he's an honest mess. You know, he's earnest, and he whatever he's doing,
Just throwing out tin cans.
whatever he's doing because he truly believes that's the right thing to do, and it grows on you. You know, it definitely grows on you, and we need a little bit of chaos. Kaelino was part of a cult, you know, and that's not her identity anymore. And I look like a lot of the pirates here. Like we are all, you know, we all don't have a lot of we all have a lot of surface stuff that you have to look beneath. And but each one of the people on this crew is an incredible person and usually very kind. Unless if you get on Kaelino's bad side, that's not. She's a killer. She's really but that's just on enemies, you know, on her friends. She's very kind. But you know, you don't have two blades to block, you know. It's not a defensive weapon. It's very stabby and slashy. But you know, you don't have to worry about anybody here there, and especially Kar. Of all people, honestly, you'd probably enjoy a conversation with Kar.
What about the orc lady that pushed me down?
Oh, Ogra. I mean, she was raised by goblins. She has the you know, I mean, goblins are they don't live among the normal polite society, and they have their own rules, and they often they do things. Ogra is someone who wants to be kind and does the things that her grandmother taught her, and often is and she gets misrepresented as somebody who, you know, she doesn't know how to write, and she pushed you down as a test, and it comes off sometimes as a sort of caricature of goblins are stupid or something like that, but she just has her own way of thinking, and when she has a problem, I've never seen her not be able to solve it. Not once.
Okay.
And we're going to save the world, so we have to have some sort of, you know, talented people here or something. Like, there's a lot of... Anyway, I'll leave you be. I just wanted to stop by and say you're doing a great job. And, you know, think about your dad. And I'm going to cast Enhance Ability and give him Owl's Wisdom as I leave. As I say, think about your dad. So give an advantage on wisdom checks.
That's nice. I like that a lot. You walk off, and I think Yoon, as you take like 3 steps forward, like there's a moment where, like, in my view of the scene, you're kind of like, You're looking down, thinking, maybe even like smiling to yourself based on the conversation, and I think you almost run into Kaelinor as Kaelinor is standing transfixed as you follow her gaze and see the ruined tower. And one by one, all of you stop what you're doing and look out to see it. And with that, we're going to take our 10-minute break. I'll see you guys in 10. We are back. As you all look out at the ruined tower, you see there is a small kind of runoff creek that seems to kind of pour out into the sea. Yef, as you guys are kind of figuring out what to do, Yef kind of just was. Do you want me to drop anchor here, or?
How far are we away from the shore at this point?
I'd say at this point you guys are about from the shore. I'd say about maybe 100 feet or so.
Oh yeah, this is fine.
Okay. Is this it?
Yeah, pull it. It's fun. Is that you just gotta pull it and it'll drop. Actually, wait. Do we sails first?
Oh, right. Sorry, I'm so dumb. Okay.
No.
And he he's like, okay, I'll just I can't. I gotta have.
We'll get the sails.
hands-
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. There's 2 levers here. What does the other one do?
You don't want to touch that one. That's the reverse. The one closest to you, kick that one.
A lot of the things here don't do anything. They just have drawings and letters on them. It's like the autopilot. Okay. Just
Is that what the A
one
here
says
is?
It's complicated. He does create a lot of narrative around it. Just kick the one he told you.
Okay. All right. Kicks it out.
Ship explodes.
Ship explodes.
Yeah, that was the explode one. Sorry. Yeah.
I gotta roll 20d10
20
damage.
D10.
real quick.
Okay,
yeah.
well, I'm dead.
A self-destruct.
29 HP.
That's actually, we should maybe have that on the boat, a self-destruct sequence.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm not putting that on the list.
Yeah,
That was Zed on the ship.
That's a. You have way too much of a. Yeah, look at your captain. Okay.
He's the captain now. All right.
Yeah, what would you guys like to do?
Can we see anything immediately about the tower? Anybody around?
Yeah.
Can we see our?
As you guys look at the tower, you see it is. So I would say, yeah, go ahead and roll me whatever you guys want. I assume perception checks, but you guys can get creative with it.
Yep, Carl will take to the air and search that way.
Yeah, is there some kind of looking glass type thing on the ship somewhere? Not like a necessarily one embedded, but just a hand one somewhere or something. You think that?
Yeah,
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then I'll do that just for sort of narrative sake, not for any sort of advantage.
Sure.
Or whatever. So I'll do perception.
I'm gonna actually go off the ship underwater and see if there's anything unusual, not nature made, man-made.
Okay, trust.
And you said perception,
Some
correct?
trust.
Yes. Well, whatever. Unless you think of something different,
No,
I'm leaving this kind of up to you guys too on this. So
And I rolled an 8, so it's a beautiful, balmy day on the beach. It's beautiful down there.
beautiful. Really nice.
Look at that sand.
It's a certain somebody who keeps distracting me.
Hyperventilating.
Yes, she has fire wings, and she's beautiful.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, I got a 16 for underwater search.
Okay, cool.
I
Interesting
got a
question.
12 for beach tower search.
I got a 17.
That one for 3.
Nice,
Beautiful.
Nice.
See nothing I hear
Beautiful.
nothing.
Beautiful. Yeah, I think for everyone except for the Nat 1, basic vantage point for the tower itself. You notice it is obviously seen better days. Has the kind of ruined look to it. You can see the first floor looks relatively okay. Second floor looks kind of a little bit disheveled. As you can see, there is a couple of windows or holes for windows out on the second floor, and the third floor is half of a third floor, as there is a whole massive chunk that has broken apart and is actually all over the ground around it. Most of it very much covered up by just sand and assumedly time. As you look at, I think for those who have, I assume most people roll perception. Sorry, raise your hand if you didn't roll perception, if you rolled something else. Okay, that's what I thought. So I'd say 15 or above, you guys notice that this because I think for many of you, this is the first time noticing this building. You notice that it's of stone that does not look, doesn't look like anything you've seen before, at least on this island. It's a deep red, somewhat similar to like the large kind of boulder that you saw that you had to kind of go into to talk to Chase. But even then, I'd say with a 15, you also see like that was a little bit more orange. This is a deep red. Very sandblasted, so most of it does have that kind of like beige sort of look to it. And I think that's about it on the tower that you see around. You don't notice any well, actually, would have passed through the creek. So, yeah, I'd say 16 and up. You notice that there are some very large footprints that seem to be right outside of the entranceway going in. Zed, going underneath. What did you roll?
16.
16. You going underneath, you don't see anything that gives you an idea of anything that's like necessarily underwater, like any abnormalities. I'd say besides maybe noticing that and I think some of you guys would kind of recognize this a little bit in the concept of the different timelines that you guys went into. It looks like the runoff here of going like from the shoreline going in looks to have been looks to have like a kind of a steep drop off at a certain point. And I would say given the kind of vantage point of like how far you are from Chateau Blanc and all that stuff, like kind of carrying over from that, not only a perception, but like your natural sort of survival instinct as a ranger. This tower is probably in the same spot as the last time you saw it, but the water line is much closer.
There's another moon.
I have no idea how you went from that to that. Also, Sarah, I don't know if you're if there's like a fan on or something, but it sounds like there's
a background noise.
Yeah, there's background noise.
My air conditioning just kicked in.
Gotcha. Yeah, we'll have to mess with that. Okay. Yeah. What would you guys like to do?
I'll probably get back on the ship. Let him know that
Oh, thank God.
that water is a lot closer than it used to be.
The water is closer than it used to be?
Yeah, it looks like the water's risen since last time.
Not just like a normal kind of,
No.
ebb and flow
Yeah,
type
no,
situation.
Not like a shores out or anything like that.
Tides. Yes, we're talking about tides. All right. But this is
Yes.
not tides. This is something else. And you were under the water. There wasn't anything in there. I mean, you have to raise the level of the water by the shore, you mean?
Yeah.
You'd have to either I don't even know how you would. I mean, that's a lot of magic, or because otherwise it's just something huge got dumped into the ocean, and so that seems like not unless you saw a giant asteroid or something in the no. Well, that's concerning, and also there. I'm pretty sure he's in there. I can see
Question.
footsteps.
Does he look
right
like he's in
outside
there?
it.
I don't see anything.
Here, see, I have the looking glass. Here, you take it, and then maybe you can see it. It's right over there by the. It's just trust me. There are footprints.
You see
there.
Kaelinor, like
Flip
looking
it
at
around.
Yeah,
No.
you're looking at the wrong way.
What do you?
Nothing. I don't see a thing. He's not here. Why don't we just go in?
Okay, let's do that.
I mean, it's still standing.
Well, I don't know if he's here to destroy it. He might be here to do whatever the ocean thing is doing, which is not great. I mean, that seems concerning to me.
How long ago were you last here, Zed? When was this? Like, what time did we talk about?
Oh. That was
True,
back.
I have no idea what you're looking at. I never gave a time.
No. I was trying to see if I could think back.
Trying to think in my head, like, what's he looking for?
I'm looking for another moon. Damn it.
Maybe I gave him information. I don't know.
No.
Explain the moon. Yeah.
I can't remember. I've been drinking.
Joe, while he's looking for what he's looking for, is the top of the tower covered or is the top floor open to the air?
Open to the air.
Are there still
Yeah, the third
walls
floor.
to that top of the tower?
Some.
I would like to circle slowly, and then if I don't see a reason not to, land on the top of one of the walls.
You got it. Go ahead and roll me a stealth check, please.
Okay. That would be a massive 8.
Nice job.
But in my defense, Carr wasn't really trying to hide. He was just trying to find a place to perch where he wasn't on the floor of the tower.
You're trying to perch on the tower?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I'm doing it, like I said, I wasn't. Well, clearly, my stealth roll was not great, and I wasn't trying to hide it. If you don't think I should, yell out to me. Like,
No, I mean, I don't think I'd know it before you perched. I would have suggested like flying over it to see, but
I did that already.
you did what you did, and that's cool with me.
Yeah.
I already rolled my perception. Rolled.
No, fair enough.
That is my stealth, actually, the same number. So.
As you see Carr, I think we could say this. Yoon, as you see Carr perch on the tower, like at that last one, was like, oh.
Yeah, I think it definitely.
You don't see, but you don't. I'll just let you guys. I'll let you know. Like the first 10 seconds, you don't see Carr immediately explode in a puff of feathers.
Right. I think I tell everyone to get ready. However they plan. However they can get to shore if they need to. Like just drop the boat and because I don't know who needs to get. I don't know how everybody gets over there. I can fly if I need to. Otherwise, we take the boat. I imagine. Yef. Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably needs to take the ship's boat to row if he was going to go out there. So yeah.
Kaelinor can take muffins.
Well, either way, everybody just is sort of. I ask everybody to get in sort of
You
a
see
ready
Muffins
position when he lands.
Turn towards Kaelinor.
Yeah.
Which side is bad? Why? I take muffins. Just pats muffins.
Roll me an animal handling check with disadvantage.
Oh, God.
This animal does not have a head, as you say.
An 8.
Yeah, cool. You climb on its butt. I don't think you really
I'm
like.
unaware of that.
I imagine like
Like,
just to add to the confusion of this creature, I think its paws are so rounded and fluffy that you don't see like top claws. You know what I mean? Like you don't see anything that like kind of like points to a direction. Yeah, so you just get on it backwards.
It's fine. I know what I'm doing. It's so good. Are we going?
He landed on the tower. I just I don't want to go either. But it's just he's taking a look, and I have to trust in Carr. But that bear could probably jump up the head of that tower in one leap. So I just
Muffins take Kaelinor to the tower.
Okay. Is that what you want to do?
Seems like a death trap for me. I thought me and Oro were good, but it's fine.
Okay. That's a lot of not using the front door. Just letting you know up top.
Or
You're
take
muted,
her
Jack.
to shore. Let's take her to shore.
Take her to shore makes a lot more sense in my book.
I
But
said,
it's up
I'm
to you.
just looking and needed somewhere to land.
Yeah.
I guess we've got to. If we're gonna
I'm like,
investigate
I'm
the
not
tower,
dropping on the
if
floor
he's
and then
in
go down
there,
the stairs.
yeah, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
Does Carr signal at all once he sees like whether anything? I don't know. Like
I probably land.
Actually, I'm so sorry. Yeah, Carr, please roll me another perception check because you're now closer.
Okay. That was a 17. Apparently,
Beautiful.
proximity helps.
Good. Good. So I can tell you this. You see the end from your vantage point. Basically, half the roof, so half the third floor, is gone. So as you look down, you can see just the edge of like a very large metal blade glinting in the sun, facing upwards, like the flat of the blade facing up.
A very large metal blade, like how when you say very large, do you mean like the extent of the entire floor, or like just a blade that could be held by hands that's very large, or
Yeah, held by hands are very large.
oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Have I seen the
Yeah.
blade before? Is it Kobamu's
Yes.
blade?
Yes, it is. So it looks like it's like kind of the edge of Kobamu's twin blade. Looks like it's on the ground, or on the second floor. The stone of the second floor,
Okay.
and you only see like the tip of it.
That's
From
all
your
you know.
vantage.
I take to the air and fly back to the party.
Okay. You got it.
And I will wait. If I see them coming to shore, I will wait, circle a bit till they get to shore, so I can talk to them all.
Yeah.
at once.
Yeah. Okay. Well, so you guys get to shore. I think Yef like kind of like lowers the lifeboat and goes, I don't know. This is Zed. This is your boat, right? Or sorry, your ship. Excuse me. Does this lifeboat float?
Yeah, that one floats. It doesn't have a hole in it, right? In the middle?
Yeah. There's a massive hole in the middle of it.
Oh, yeah, no. Don't use that one. Use. Oh, damn it. This is the annoying part. It's around the back end, and then you got to drop that one. That one was the.
Someone just want to grab me. I know I'm a dwarf, but that's okay. You can just take me over there if everybody's flying.
Oh.
I mean, I'm not. I was flying in a case of emergency, not if.
Okay.
I really can't carry you, so let's just go get the ship. Let's go get the boat. We'll get it together. It'll be a good.
Yeah, boat feels pretty good.
10 minutes goes by. You guys get the boat.
Yeah, I guess we'll get it.
And it
Yeah.
goes to shore.
I'll see you all at the shore. Fall backwards in the water, swims over.
Beautiful. Cool. All right. So, cut to 10 minutes later. You guys are on the shore.
Car lands.
So I saw Kobamu's blade on the second floor.
Yeah, I mean, I assume he's in there, which is why I'm hesitant to go in. But also, Zed said that the shoreline is raised since, or is higher, and that's not something that I don't know how that happens naturally.
Has there been a storm recently? Lava
Maybe
flow?
we've been around, unless it was when we were inside the mountain. But generally, I'm worried he's doing something in there that's causing the shoreline to raise, which, in my mind, is associated with a certain, sea witch,
Oh,
Yeah.
water powers.
that could be bad.
Ogre, roll me a history check.
I was gonna say also there's Kailanor's ex-god who's from the water, right?
Yeah, Diametalis is associated with that. I guess he's in a water thing. I never thought. I guess it was. I just thought of him as a
God.
dragon.
A history? That's going to be a 0.
A 0.
Okay.
DC was 5, by the way, so that's good.
I rolled a 2.
Cool. I like that a lot.
Well, if he's still here, I don't know. I mean, is it like him to put his blade down?
I mean, unless there's something he does in the tower that we don't know about, that he knows how to do something here. That I mean, he's an
Not sure there's a
Ancient
lot
being.
he fears.
I'm worried about
Sure
it.
he's
Is there any vines around the tower?
Alright.
Like long vines growing in and out of the tower?
No, it's too far away from the tree line stuff.
So, what are we gonna do? We're gonna try to peaceful talk, or are we just gonna go in?
Actually,
no.
I can look inside if you want.
Well,
I don't
you
have
were
to
kind of
actually-
looking
I
inside.
don't have to go.
Okay.
I can call
well,
my spirits to look.
We'll get a little closer. That
No,
way,
I don't. Stay here. I can reach
You could also
out.
like look in the window, the second floor. Like there's a second floor window that you could like.
So
peek
what I'm
through.
talking, I have clairvoyance up to a mile, guys, and I saw where
Yeah.
the blade was. I can look
Perfect.
in that room.
Yeah.
Like we can all stay on the shore safely, and I can look in the room if you want.
Yeah. The last time we were in this tower, you used the same thing, and it was
Yeah.
so useful.
Yeah. So I mean, if you'd like me to, I can.
Yeah. You know what?
Yes.
Cart, why don't you do that?
Go ahead.
I'll sit here and make a sandcastle.
Great.
Great.
How far are we from the tower right now?
Excuse me.
I'd say no more than 100 feet.
It was 100 feet. It seems fine. Okay, just checking. Sorry, I was just asking God how far the tower was from here. So
Whoa.
Got you. So,
He's got such a deep voice. Okay. Yeah.
Which
so I
Holy
will.
shit, he responded.
Yeah. The voice.
I will, call upon, one of my spirits who in bright daylight's barely there, and just point to the area, and it just flies through the air, through the wall, and I place it right over where I saw the blade, because I either need to make it somewhere I've seen and I know of, or someone that I'm familiar with, like the idea. So since I've seen where the blade is, I place it in the middle, vertically over the blade, so I can kind of look around the room.
Okay, cool.
And my eyes go milky white, and the spirit that's there, that face covers mine a little bit, and I'm just kind of like looking around. What do I see?
Do you so just to this is going to work regardless because we're going off of the spell's rules, but just to kind of add a little bit of like a little bit of flavor over to it. What or whom do you summon for this?
I mean, I'm still a little bit nervous. Carr, not me. Jack really wants to know now. But Carr's nervous about summoning other creatures.
Right.
So he's probably summoning an elder, one of the past, meaning PASSED, one of the past Eric Cochran scouts.
Cool.
That he's heard stories of. He's probably calling upon a long dead scout who he's heard stories of, that he knows he can call upon to do this kind of thing. Who's comfortable scouting, whether he's a thief or a ranger, what have you in life, but somebody who is used to poking around ancient places.
Perfect. Okay. Looking through his eyes, you see Kobamu sitting there, legs crossed, sitting. He's so big that he's sitting in front of a pedestal, but you can still see his face over the pedestal. You see from the markings there, and this is something that you guys didn't see the last time with it. I don't even think necessarily the pedestal was there before, but you notice that there is a similar marking on the pedestal itself that you've seen before that has a from the angle that you're looking at it, you can see on the one side looks to be a depiction of the sun, and then you see a rudimentary depiction of what Ogre has seen before and has described to you all on the wall. Sarah, do you have that? Because I know you made like a drawing of it, and that was. I don't want to describe it wrong.
Is this tower in the same position that like the one we were in the other timeline is? I mean, like, okay, so this is like in that one it was starting to get built. This one was built and then destroyed or ruined or not. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. It looks like. Yeah, it looks like it was like a different sort of like and like looking at that, kind of referencing that tower back then. Obviously, it was like it was new. It was beautiful. It was it was still unfinished.
Right.
Yeah. But yeah. You see Kobamu is staring at the pedestal, unblinking.
I am describing all of this to the party as I'm seeing it, so that I'm not going to repeat everything you said, Joe, but basically, Car is like, this is. There's a sun, and Kobamu's not blinking. He's sitting and just. I do briefly shift to hearing rather than sight. Is he saying anything or making any repeated noises? Okay, so I'll shift back to sight so I can watch over him and basically say, "There's no noise that I can hear that's unnatural or him."
Can you talk to him?
No, I can just look. If he detects magic, he'll sense it.
The other thing is, so like you see his like giant twin blade is on the ground in front of him, like almost ceremonial.
Okay, so and I describe that. I'd be like, I saw the blade 'cause it was in front of him. The floor must have just been in the way where I was on the wall. It's probably the best thing. He probably would have killed me. And my spirit like pulls away and nods at me. I'm nodding at it, and it goes.
Kind of like, sorry, this is in pencil. This with the sun and the moon.
If you can send it in chat, just take a picture and send it in chat. We'll just do it from there.
So he seems to be. I don't know. He's just staring and blinking at the altar space. So that's good. He seems relatively focused and not killing things randomly.
Well, again, we have so little knowledge about what the tower does and what you do. I mean, maybe sitting and meditating is how you interact with whatever, where you try to talk to, I don't know, somebody.
Yes, but
do
the last
something.
time I talked to him, he ripped arms off. So he's not ripping arms off right now. It's a step up.
That's true. You're right. He's not ripping arms off right now, and but we kind of. I mean, at this point, we could say, all right, well, it seems fine. We'll just go, and I guess he's doing his business. But the sea rising bothers me, and I think we need to talk to him. And I don't want to do that, but
Joe, in my history as an Ashwing,
Yes.
how often have I flown over the islands?
This one in particular?
Just in general. Like, do I know the layout of the islands?
Yeah, I'd say so. In general.
Okay, I say, give me a second. And I fly straight up. I get a good height.
Okay.
Is the water rising enough that it has changed the shape of this island? That I would
Great
notice
question.
in the sky?
Great question. No.
Okay, so then I'll come back down, and I land again far enough away so that they can see me coming, and then walk over, being polite to the non-flyers. So overhead, it's not that different. The island hasn't changed immensely. The shape of it.
Forgotten Nala's here. Hold on. Fuck. Okay. Fate does not want me to explain this.
Okay, so I mean, it could. I don't know what it is, but it's not earth-shattering or earth-drowning, or I don't know. I might not have noticed flying over.
I know it's. I try not to use it on things that I didn't see necessarily. However, since it's like a luck thing, I'd like to use weighted dice on Nala's roll there.
Okay.
See if I can have her re-roll.
Okay.
So, I'll tell you.
It was a. Oh, I gotta pull up knowledge sheet. Do you need to know what they rolled?
Yes, because I have to roll under it.
Cool.
Or I think I have to match her roll under it.
I rolled a 3 on the die, so good luck. But she's pretty smart.
3 is what I rolled. 3 is what I got. So it's 2d6 minus my proficiency. So I rolled a 6, got a 3. So as long as the 3 is under what she got.
This is both. Yeah, and which it would be. Yeah. Yeah, it's a 10.
Yeah, so it's oh yeah, definitely she can roll that. Reroll that. Just just re-roll it.
She re-rolls it. Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Much better. Well, I wasn't. She wasn't there with you guys, right? My brain just. No, she wasn't.
No.
I wasn't
sure you filled her in.
there, but it sounded like when you were talking about it, it was like it kind of felt like it was like a long time ago. A time that is indefinite, technically, as far as how long ago it was, right? There's a lot of things that can happen.
Yeah.
And that makes sense. It wasn't like yesterday. It was
So
things change. So it hasn't changed since I've been here, but it's changed in the millennia that time has passed. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it could be platonic shifts. She looks right at the camera. I mean, ice caps are probably, they're definitely melting. We're dealing with some stuff going on. And then
Wait.
it like cuts to black real quick.
Imea isn't polluting the sky. Who's polluting the sky? Some other place we don't know of.
Come back to Carvis shoving coal into a giant.
Well, that's no.
There's no problems with this. This won't have anything. Yeah. So obviously, I mean, above board, we know that's like a high enough roll of like, that may be just time.
Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know at this point. I mean,
So what's our next step?
I think, I know this sounds boring, but I think maybe we wait.
We can wait. Okay, sure.
I mean, maybe we don't want to interrupt him. I kind of, like, I want to talk to him, but if he's meditating, and also I'm not the one to talk to him. This look is not the best look for his story or Sathrai in general, clearly. So, it's.
I chatted with him once. I don't think he's angry at me. And Zed, I think, chatted with him more, so that would not be a bad idea.
I'm pretty sure he knows we're here.
Well, how do you feel about going to say, "Hey," from a healthy distance, and then we will be ready to run if that goes poorly?
What if I cast message
You want to send
instead?
Zed in first?
That is way smarter. Definitely do that.
Oh, sorry. I was. You see, Yef in the background. Sorry, I had that spell. I completely forgot. As you see him like looking through a book.
It's
wasn't
the
really
first
sure.
time. It's fine.
We both have it.
You do.
Okay.
You do book spells?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You see Nala look over at Unir. Book spells?
But some people just do them, like it just happens, and then some people need to. I was interested in it when I was younger, but I never. The books looked like I had a lot of math or something like math in it, and that's not my favorite subject. But then you carry on the little book, you like look at the spells.
Little book.
Because I don't know, it's like you haven't memorized them, or you memorized them earlier on.
Or just pats her shoulder.
I don't really know how it works.
Why?
Maybe it's a big book. The size of your book is your business.
Great conversation for another time.
Why am I recalling eggs
when
right
I'm
now?
not here.
So,
little book.
Yes, please cast message.
Are we sure we want to message him? Voices in his head. Not everybody
Well,
reacts well to that.
I mean, I finished my sandcastle. I can just walk up to the front of the building and not enter it.
I don't want to do that. Quick message him.
Maybe not during his meditation. It might be a religious ritual.
If it interrupts him and he gets angry, that's what happened. Like otherwise, what do you we can get on the ship and we can leave, or we can camp here. If you, I am open to camping here if that's what you want to do and wait for his meditation to be over. But I don't think someone getting close to him seems like a worse idea.
Yeah.
Question: is he on the third floor and his weapon on the second floor, or are they both on the same floor?
Both on the same floor. The weapon's right in front of them.
Okay, so they're on the second floor, not the third.
Correct, on the second floor, which is where the pedestal is.
Is the window facing us, or is it facing a different way from us?
I would say it's kind of like this. Like you guys are facing the tower this way. The window's facing out towards Ferran, so it's outward. Yeah.
So that message isn't necessarily in your head. The spell itself is audible. You whisper it.
Yeah.
It doesn't say it. It goes into someone's mind. It says
No,
they hear it. Now, the sending is definitely in your head.
Yeah, this is.
But messages, you whisper it and
reply.
I don't know.
I have 120 feet. It can go around corners, so it doesn't. And because there's open air between us, it doesn't need to worry about the foot of stone or metals or anything because it says it can go around corners and through openings. So I'm assuming that since I could fly to him and land on the second floor, since I saw his weapon, that the message would
be able to reach it.
Yeah, it's just that's the target hears the message. You can reply in a whisper that only you can hear, but it doesn't necessarily. Hearing it could be, just hearing a whisper in your ear. It's a magical whisper going in your ear. It's still not. It might be disturbing still, but not necessarily in your mind.
Sarah, check your messages. I may have screwed something up here.
I saw it. I just gotta look at old notes in another book.
I may have screwed up a thing that's not that I truly didn't think would be that substantial, except for this moment.
Okay, well that's fair. I mean, you do a lot of things.
Yeah.
If none of them went wrong, I would suspect something nefarious about who you are, or some sort of genie wish.
I'm having Sarah look up whether or not I told Sarah that Kobamu has a big cannon on his back. like a blast.
Here, I assumed it was about the drawing that she had, but here, it's about the cannon, his back cannon. Which,
Did I forget to tell you that he's like a Blastoise? That was a.
To be honest, I'm rooting for that.
I forgot that. Okay, my
It's
bad.
just cool.
My bad. So
Two
you guys
cannons that
are
go over the
waiting for
shoulders
Blastoise to come out of the tower.
Yeah.
But then I want to be like a dark Zaptec or something. I need
Perfect.
to.
Great. We're going there. And
We're just gonna go straight to
Pokemon.
just Pokemon. But if you bring a Digimon here,
I was going to do Power World.
Nav.
By the way, it's
Why me?
Nav, if you bring a Digimon here, we're done for tonight.
yeah, it's such a British thing to bring Digimon to a Pokemon battle.
I'm like 60-40. So Sarah, did you find anything on it?
I can't find the notes I took from session 0. I want to say what you said is on the second floor because the third floor had the chains.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yep. I think that confirms it. Yes. Correct. Cool. So nothing. All that is to say, nothing's changed, except that it's not a Blastoise. Sorry.
All right. So you want me to message him? I just clear before I send it because I don't want to have you not be ready if he gets super angry.
We'll improvise. This is the best we can do, unless.
Right.
Oh, wait 1 second, because I feel like I'm stepping on Riaris. You had a strongly voiced opinion. I don't want to step on your toes here, and.
I sandcastle.
Definitely send us. No, I think this is fine. If he is meditating, I don't think people like to be.
You would kind of know about that a bit.
Personally speaking, but I also don't want to go talk to him necessarily. But I think if we approached him and say we come in peace, he would have killed us if he wanted to. But
Would you suggest maybe waiting for maybe he's meditating for an hour and then we can?
He has lived a very long time. I would judge he could probably meditate for a very long time if he wanted to. So I don't know that's good either.
Well, then maybe he's also fine with being interrupted.
Let's send the message and we'll see what happens.
All right.
All right. So I could say something like, "Hello, we would love to talk to you and not fight." Is that
sure? That's a good opening. Yeah, it's as good an opening as any.
Any suggestions from the rest of the Wreckless before I do that?
Trying to think of last time I talked to him.
I don't know what you said last time, but it doesn't seem like it went super great.
No, actually, it did. It went pretty good.
The next thing he did was break out of the ship. And I'm not saying that's your fault, but if we're putting data points on the map, that happened, and then the next one happened, and But I don't know what you said. Just so maybe we just go with something different, just out of a sort of to be absolutely sure.
Okay.
Unless you have something you said that was important.
We'll do mine last.
Ooh, fair enough.
I just throw good.
Oh, you have a plan. Okay, great.
No,
I like that.
Isn't he sad because his girlfriend or partner is dead?
Let's
start with that opener.
That's a good way to start.
No. We can tell him about the different timelines, and maybe she's alive in another timeline.
I'm sure.
No,
Don't
You
know,
know
if
what?
we want to.
Resource we're not using right now.
I could cast calm emotions with that.
I'm worried that will. Some people don't like that cast on them without knowing, and also if they catch on, they know if you try to cast it, and they, yeah, and that can be very
Yeah.
manipulative.
So-
Let's just
Dad,
start with.
Dad really hated when I did that.
So
You did it to Clovis.
Imagine why.
Oh, that's fantastic. Uh,
do you guys think he already knows we're here and we're talking?
Probably.
Well, yeah.
Yes.
Carp, please let's just start with like
Okay.
what you said. Hello, we'd like to talk without fighting, and then if he's
Yeah.
if you, that's
So-
it, then that's it. That's fine.
So I will cast message, and the message will be sent by one of my spirits, another Eric spirit that I know, and the message says,
Excuse me? I hate to bother you. We would love to talk to you without combat. Is that possible?
and then see if he responds.
Roll me a persuasion check.
Okay.
Guidance.
Okay, that's a plus. I don't think that's gonna help very much. Okay.
No, I got you. We got lucky. Sorry, beginner's luck. So you can get a D4 as well and guidance.
That's 2d4.
I'll
Or
tell
what?
you. I'll tell you the DC 17.
Okay, well, I rolled a 12, so let me roll the
Okay.
2d4 between those two and see what happens.
Sweet.
I got a 2, so it's 14. So
You got a 2 on both.
I got a 1 on both, which is a 2 total. So I got a 14 total. Yay!
No, it's fine. Well, I only have 3 of these, so I'll wait to dice it as well. See if I can get you another roll. It's an important. Well, I rolled a 5. You rolled. Did you roll?
12.
Okay.
And my base roll was a 7, so you did.
That's Either way,
Perfect.
so yeah, it's you can re-roll that.
I hope I do better.
Got one more of these.
You said persuasion?
Guidance.
Okay. Nat 1. Okay.
Great.
Sorry.
Oh,
Jesus.
that's the
I
way
can't lie. I mean,
that's the way the party dies. That's
It's nice knowing
So
people.
so what we wait. Hold on. Time out.
Yeah.
Wait. With how that works, does he have to take the second roll, or is it just
no, it's like advantage. Yeah,
it's advantage? Okay, great.
I'll take the total of 14.
Yeah.
Use the higher of the 2 rolls. Yeah.
Perfect. Okay, cool. Great.
No, that could be a lot worse.
You hear a response. I've heard that before. Or sorry, excuse me. Kobamu's heard that before. Come at me one at a time or all together. It will not matter.
I'm sorry, can you please repeat that? Because my dog is being very loud.
It's okay. He said, I've heard that before. Come at me one at a time or all together. It won't matter.
Okay. I will send it's a cantrip, so I can do it whenever I want. I will respond with another message after telling him what he said. Telling them what he said. My dog. Okay. And I will say,
I'm sorry that those who have said that in the past you can't trust, but I assure you, I do not want to fight you, and nor does anyone with me.
I'll give each of you one chance. One strike. You're muted.
I'm not responding to him. I go, tell them what he said. And then Carr says,
So if he's giving us each one strike, that means we have a lot of time to talk to him if we don't hit him.
Should I go first?
He did say come one at a time or come all together. It doesn't matter.
So as long as we don't strike him, we should have plenty of time. So you give each one of us one strike. That suggests that we get to hit him before he hits us. So as long as we don't hit him.
I'm just gonna say it. The nerve of this guy to say like all of us hitting him. I mean, come on.
Maybe, but we don't want to be hit by him. I don't want to hurt him. Like I said, I'm concerned about him.
Sure. I'm just saying, mathematically speaking. I mean,
if you want to talk about math, do you know how much force it takes to break an immovable rod?
I don't know if this is the best discussion right
That's
now.
true.
Do we want to talk to him or not?
I do want to talk to him. I feel like there's something here, and also...
Should we go together, or I think we should go together.
Yeah, all right.
Yeah.
Everybody's got a quick way to escape, right? Flying, it's good enough.
you see Yef kind of just put a hand up and go like, do you want me to just make sure the lifeboat's ready?
Yeah,
Make
make
sure
that's ready, and
Just
Yeah.
make sure the
Yeah.
boat stays there. Like, be on the boat, make sure the anchor is down and that doesn't accidentally raise, like right by that lever.
You want me to go back to the boat?
I think so.
Okay.
There's a clear way,
and if at any point I
boat
ask you if
driver.
you're willing, you say yes.
Okay. Got it. Understood.
And I will send a message to Kobamu saying, we're on our way. Because I don't want to surprise him.
You hear a response. I wait with bated breath.
Awesome. And I don't say that to him. I just say that to us.
Should we be taking the little things in there since they're maybe part of the tower? Like, what if he wants us to bring them?
I don't think Obama, sorry. I don't
Obama,
think
yeah.
Obama is thinking about that right now. I think he's thinking about bloodshed and death.
I just want to know why he's here.
Bloodshed and death. I loved how you said that.
Is also
So Carr
bloodshed and
begins walking towards the tower.
Yeah, all right. Let's
And goes to the door. Is it open?
Yeah. There's no door. It's like just this like open archway sort of thing. Beautiful.
It is a question though. Do we have the devices? Do we have the DSLRs? Or do we
think
have
we have
one
them
or
with
two
us.
with us?
I think I took them both.
Yeah, they're with us. They're just not like out.
Yeah, just want to make. Well, yeah. If we're walking in with them, I don't. They could react. I just want to.
Yeah,
to
that's
be
what I was
clear.
trying to say. What if coming into the
Yeah,
room it
that's
may
a good
go
point.
haywire?
But that's our way.
Improvise.
As I approach the door, I will verbally out loud say, I'm coming in the archway now. So he knows I'm coming.
Beautiful.
And just like, go, do I see stairway leading up to the level he's on or something?
Yes, you do.
Okay, I will.
To
Going up the stairs now. like basically telegraphing every move that I'm making.
do you guys want me going up there? Since apparently
Nala flies to the roof and just kind of like stays up over the roof.
Just
I was about
Let-
to
let-
similar the other
let
direction,
people take
but
their turns, Ed. I do trust that you're the only one who talked to him and fed him, and it seemed to go well.
Okay.
But let Carr do something before you do anything next.
All right.
Just
I'm gonna.
take turns.
I'll be over there in the sand. Just let me know when it's my turn.
So
I guess.
as we're talking about this, I'm going up the stairs. Honestly, and Carson doesn't say anything out loud, but he's like, I thought they were coming with me. It's funny.
Focus behind him.
He's already up,
Yeah,
so I go up.
Harris is going.
Yeah, anybody who's behind him. I am actually going to stay on the first floor and look around.
Cool.
So,
So we'll say in this moment, we'll get a kind of a vantage point on who is where. So Zed, if you're outside, that means you're not going to hear this conversation.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna be in view through the window in the sand doing something.
In view is the second floor.
Yeah, so if you look through the window of the second floor, you'll see what I'm doing in the sand.
Are you a distance away? How far away are you?
Yeah, I'm probably like 30 feet, I would say.
So
Just
basically, like staring straight out, you would see in the
Yeah.
distance, Zed. Got it.
Yeah.
Cool. Awesome. All right. Beautiful. Car, you're going up. Ogre, you're going with Car.
I'm like a few steps behind. Yeah.
A few steps behind. Cool. Yoon, you're staying on the first floor, but you're inside the tower.
Yes, and I'm just
Cool.
looking around.
You got it. Riars, where are you?
I'm torn between many decisions, but I will go up behind Ogre.
Okay. You got it. And Kaelinor.
Probably inside the tower, but with Yoon probably at the bottom of the stairs, waiting for like the first sign of trouble
You got
to
it.
go up.
Cool. For everyone in the tower, I imagine for the most part, and I'd let you know if it changed, but I would say for the most part, you guys are going to be able to hear this conversation. It's, there's stone floors between, but I'd say even with the idea of like, maybe just like the natural sort of echo you'd be able to hear. Also, Kobamu's kind of, you hear him fine. Yeah, you get a little,
Carries,
yeah.
Lower frequencies go through objects easier. So
Yeah. So as you, Car, as you walk up, you see Kobamu, as you saw him before. Just, you get the feeling as you walk in, you almost feel, it's almost like walking into a heat wave. There's this weird sort of like you notice that like some of your feathers that like sometimes you have trouble like keeping down are like just shot straight up, and they're not like necessarily not from like nerves or anything, but it's just like there's like a static in the air that is
And
you see,
I walk up and I'm like, hello.
yeah, as you see him like staring out, there's a point where like Car, I imagine in some ways you're somewhat familiar with meditation.
I would imagine, yeah.
I think you get a feeling that this isn't meditation. This is just someone who's been alive for a very long time waiting for something to happen.
Okay. Well, then I'm glad I didn't interrupt him. But I will still enter and say, hello, I'm sorry to have interrupted whatever you're doing. May I? And I'll point at where the hole is in the wall that allowed me to see down into this so that I can like perch there as a comfortable spot to sit. Also,
Sure.
give me a place to fly away if necessary.
You see, as you like kind of like point and say, "May I?" Things like that. He doesn't meet your eye. He doesn't seem to like you get. Well, you'll hear him talk, and you'll know that he notices your presence.
Okay.
But he is staring just straight at that pedestal.
Okay. So he doesn't tell me no, so I'll take that as consent and go perch over there in a comfortable way for me. And I say, I'm very glad to see that you're well. I was honestly worried about you when you left. Are you well? You seem that way.
Do you have means to fix this?
The towers? I kind of look at what he's looking at a little bit more carefully. What is he? In fact, I will, because of what he's looking at, I'll come down from my perch, and God help me, because he said I could strike him first, and I'm not going to strike him. I get close enough to see what he's looking at. I'm probably within arm's reach, and my heart's doing this. Car's like, I don't really want to die today, but if today's the day, so I'll get close to what he's looking at.
Yeah, I think Ogre, you notice a couple things. Like once that car kind of like perches down to where the pedestal, which is only about maybe 6 feet away from where Kobamu's currently sitting, you you look at that vantage point just from like your reach, and you're like, I could absolutely strike Car from that position. Like you feel the danger of how close he is there. But you also notice that, you've been here before, and you notice that indentation where there's something that's missing. And you see that that's exactly what he's looking at. So Car, as you kind of like lean in, you see this kind of imprint of a base that seems to be missing here.
Okay, so I look, I'm like, is there supposed to be something in that? And I'm not really close to touching it because I don't want to. I'm just pointing in this general direction because I don't want to appear to be sullying whatever it is he's looking at in a way that I do not understand.
Give me a Constitution saving throw. Both of you, Car and Ogra. I'd say Riaris as well, if you're in this room.
Oh, thank God. 16. Since I only have a 10 con. I like that roll.
18.
Con 20. Dirty 20.
Beautiful. Nice work, guys. You feel that sort of like static seem to almost kind of give a pulse in response to that. And the idea that somehow his anger and, his just constant rage is unnerved by that question. There is maybe like a sliver of hope, I think, when you entered, and the idea of like him saying like, do you have a means to fix this? Like, is this, and you kind of showing that you, in this moment, inferring that you have no idea, you can tell kind of causes so much anger that the entire room feels like it just kind of like pulses with that energy. You're muted.
Yeah, okay. I'm trying to keep myself muted because he's being challenging.
Okay.
So, I go, okay, so yeah, there's supposed to be something there. I've never been in this tower before, but others in my group have been, or I guess a tower. I'm not sure if it was this one. I will tell you that we would like to make things better. So I'm sure if someone here thinks they can fix it, they probably are going to want to.
I have no reason to do anything now but sit and wait. Kobamu has seen this work. It has to work. In this moment, Kara, you're close enough that from your vantage point, you see as Kobamu is, even sitting down, is still taller than this pedestal that I would say is like about 5 feet tall. It looks like he's looking at that indentation as if something else is supposed to be there, but at the same time, it's also a possibility that he's staring past it, out the window. And based on the information that you guys have gathered recently, you get an idea of where that eventually leads.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, just to settle that, has it been less than 10 minutes? I think it has been since we walked. I will shift, because I've still got clairvoyance up. I'm going to shift clairvoyance over to look over his shoulder and see if that's indeed where it's going.
And like, and gain that, like, yeah. Yep. Cool. A lot. Yeah, I think that's, you get that, like, it's kind of one and the same. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes, that center island seems to be very important.
This is facing Faran.
Ferran. Okay, if that's where it's going.
Ferran seems to be very important.
Importance is a luxury. My destiny. Fate. End of this endless circle. I wish it to be there.
And I'm assuming that you came to the tower hoping to use it to transport yourself to Ferran?
Looks at you, which is unnerving. He breaks eye contact to look at you.
Okay.
Or breaks eye and looks at you. What do you know of this?
I know that there's something missing. I know that you're looking that way. And you're waiting for being there. I'm making some leaps of intuition right now. I can call upon some spirits and ask. But I'm like I said, not lying to you. I'm concerned about you. And I'd really like you to be at peace. So I'm trying to figure you out.
You send me there, and you will no longer have to worry about Kobamu. You send me.
I'm well aware that Ogre and Riars can hear all this,
Mm-hmm.
and they're the ones with it. But I'm not going to give up that they have it because that might lead to a different ending.
You muted yourself, I think.
Sorry, if I told you what he was doing right now, you'd probably just laugh. But anyway,
Yeah.
so
I can tell you that I can work on that. And I do appreciate that you gave us all the first strike because none of us intend to do that. So that breeds for a long, lengthy conversation for us to work on this for you. And I appreciate that. But for now,
He looks back. He goes back to looking out.
I'm going to just tell you that I'm glad you're as well as can be. I see you have a goal. I will try and help you with it in my way. I hope it's quick enough for you, but like I said, I've never been in a tower before, so this is new. You did give us each a strike, so I think other people want to talk to you, but I haven't hit you yet, so I'm maintaining my speaking ability with you for later.
And I'll just kind of slowly walk away within his vision so he sees that I'm moving away from him, but like not behind him. And go up to my perch in the hole, and I'll kind of give it over to Riaris, Ogra, Yoon, Kalen, or whoever else wants to speak for now, and I'll just sit and watch.
As you perch over to Nala, you feel Nala is red hot, and you can feel there's like a she's had like a hand behind her back that she's been like preparing a fireball as soon as it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
During the conversation, like, is there anything on the first floor at all? Like I said, I'm kind of investigating it. If there's nothing there, then you know. Yeah.
Not really. Mostly like ruined sort of area. There's some like markings on the wall, but nothing that would be important at this time.
Okay. So then, while the conversation happens, and if I can hear it, then I kind of understand what's up there and what we have, and I think I look at Riaris, and he's disappeared and cast invisibility, and I'm sure you had to do with something cat
Riaris, and for some reason you see like a Diglett bot, like a Diglett face all of a sudden appear. You're not sure if it's the nose or the mouth. I'm never sure.
Yeah, I don't know either. Yeah, and now that you're talking, now I'm thinking about it. Yeah. So Riaris, you're Diglett right now.
You're Diglett
in the role play that happened.
Yeah, you stole his invisible scroll.
How did I miss that? Okay.
So you're Diglett. Is it your nose or is it your mouth? All right. Anyways, okay. Here we go.
And he still got
Like a tooth? Yeah, I get it. Yeah. While that conversation is going on, and obviously, like, I think it's pretty clear what they're talking about. You know what Kobamu wants. I think I look at Yaris to try and like gauge. Do we do it? You know, like, do we actually like? Do we take that leap and be like, yeah, we can maybe do that? Tell us how it works and figure something out, or I don't know. Just this sort of like. I look at him in a questioning way. That's all I can convey without words, but it's very like, you know, as soon as it happens, I'm just kind of, you know, like.
I think seeing Carr step back, look towards Ogre. I think Ogre, you're in front of me. If you wanted to go forward, I would defer to you.
Yeah, I kind of looked at both of you, so because you're the two that are upstairs. So either one, Ogre, please. Yaris, please.
Since Ogre's at the stairs, she will come in, but she's going to. It's probably a bad idea, but she's going to put her shield and staff down by the stairs so she doesn't have anything, and she's putting her backpack there. She is completely unarmed. And she's just gonna, like, not too close to him, but sit next to him, like, crisscross applesauce style, sit next to him.
Doesn't have a care in the world. Like, in that, like, weird, quiet confidence of, like, there's a level of just feeling so sure. Like, it wouldn't matter if you had like it's like to the level of like even like having a gun to his head. You feel like he'd be fully unfazed.
What if we roll a cannon in here and then
you roll a Blastoise in here?
Awesome. All right.
And I think that confidence is unnerving, if I may say, like that sort of like, yeah. Just unflinching. Or do you do or say anything else?
Ogre's just like looking at the pedestal and then looking at him, and she's like, Ogre's been here before once.
What happened to you?
Not in this room, but upstairs there's some other things that happened, but the Merlin Loke kind of came in and other things happened, and Ogre stabbed someone in the eye by accident.
The Merlin Loke did this.
Did what?
So he said what happened here. He's not worried about your backstory. Right? So, like, thinking about that, like, what's he asking about?
Ogre really doesn't know.
Sure. Yeah, so I think, like, explaining your backstory, he doesn't seem to, like, really get what you're saying at all.
And I mean, you kind of explained to us what happened there. Like, did you ever explain, like, was the tower, the third floor exploded when you were here?
No.
Would you have?
It was like that when we got here.
Okay, yeah.
How do you know about this?
I buried something here years ago. That is all you need to know.
Ogre's not really good with words, and you've been through a lot that Ogre could never really understand. But Ogre empathizes you a little, and really doesn't want you to hurt anymore. And doesn't want you to hurt us either, but doesn't want you seem to be in pain, but Ogre's making this bad. Ogre may be just gonna give it to someone who's better at talking, but we don't mean you any harm and we could try to help you. And Ogre's being honest. Even after you almost broke and ripped off Ogre's arm, that was mostly Ogre's fault. But Ogre's here to help. So is everyone else.
There have been many before you. That have taken niceties to do stupid things. I don't care that your arm isn't broken. I don't care that you know that I'm in pain. This means nothing to me. Fix it, or leave me alone.
Ogre's gonna slowly get up, go back to the stairs, get her things, and sees Riar saying, Ogre thinks you're gonna do a lot better than her, and just goes downstairs.
Take a deep breath, walk up towards him, and kind of casually, not, I don't want to engage him and stare at him and want him to look back at me, almost kind of in some level of indifference, kind of look out a window or something and approach him. Great one. If we were to do as you asked, to somehow find a way, what do you think you'd find on the other side? Think you'd find absolution? An end?
If you had been in this maze of life as long as I have, no cheese at the very end, no level of sustenance, just more walls, finding yourself back where you started. You would start looking for any edge, even if it dropped off to nothingness. Because even nothingness is better than this. I see an edge.
I don't know what it's like to live like you have. To have no choice, to be a prisoner, not even of your own choosing, of someone else's choosing. I'm sorry. I am. And you may not believe me when I say that I do understand. Of looking towards a future that is nothing but darkness. Nothing but an abyss. That to find something, to feel a cut and a hurt, is to at least feel something. going to Faran, or wherever you may choose to go, doesn't bring back what had happened that led you here. How many other lives and people will sit upon that same abyss that you sit now? If that's something you're willing to do, that is your choice, and spirits know we can't stop you. But I'm not convinced that is where you are settled and where you want to end.
Turns, meets your eyes. I remember you. We were locked in combat. I remember so few of my enemies, but I remember you. Your hair, your armor. Those have changed, but I remember you. Which means you remember this. And like kind of nods towards there's something you know. Tell me. Before I squeeze it out of you with my bare hands.
Keeping my eyes locked, I'll say, we can dance, we can die, we can come back. We can figure something out and end this turmoil. It's up to you. I know where my path is. Immortalis. I know where this ends. I know where this goes. You can choose. I'll turn to break eye contact and leave.
As you go to leave, he doesn't get up. He doesn't really move a muscle, but he... Then choose. Make your move.
And what will that prove? That nothing has changed.
What are you preparing me for?
Giving you a chance. A final chance. You've been preparing your entire life. It's not us. We are nothing but people that are here. What have you been preparing yourself for, I think is the question. You are here first, not us. You say you can't taste cheese, neither will you taste the vengeance that you have. It will be nothing but ash in your mouth. And you know that, just as I do.
It. Please. Please.
Just look at him for a few moments, just keeping his eye. Decision is not my own to make. Neither is yours. I'll walk down the stairs.
As you walk down the stairs, you're hearing as his voice kind of trails off as you get further away. He's just, fix it. Translating between fix it, what are you preparing me for? But over and over and over again. You walk down the stairs.
I think I walk down, look at whoever's down, K, unit.
I would actually have been up the stairs at that point. I was going to mention it, but you were doing, because as that conversation got more tense, talking about I've battled with you before, like you would have at least just gone up to be kind of looking at Riar's, keep an eye on him and just kind of standing there also, just in case he decided, if he wanted to use the, take the devices out, wanted to be there, because we would have given him a nod. But.
Car's head definitely cocked at that whole I fought before. I was like, what?
Yeah. Yeah, he also said squeeze it out of you. That's definitely enough to...
Yep. Yeah.
Kay's probably just like on the stairs, like
Right.
seeing Ogra's bag and staff, and she'll be like, the fuck? And it's just like scimitar kind of ready, like, don't know if we're going to fight, but damn.
You hear a message in your head. Everything going okay? Kaonor.
Hey, yeah, things a little tense. Just stay ready. Stay safe.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, if no one steps in front of Yoon, he'll step up to talk to Kobamu. I think at this point, I feel like the entire Hobgoblin the Law thing seems like inconsequential to somebody who has been through so much stuff, but I guess we'll see.
I'll be honest with you, I rolled for it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
You prepare before. Fix it.
You need Solaris Lunaris. Is that what you need? Is that what goes on the pedestal?
It's the power of the moon against the sky. Moon that does not move.
That's something I've seen. What happens if we put the power onto the pedestal? Kobamu, I offer you a trade. I need 3 questions. And we can fix it. If fixing it means...
Looks at you when you say fix it.
Fixing it means placing the device on the pedestal. If fixing it means fixing the tower itself. It's a different question and something we need to work on and maybe at the tower in Furon.
Why should I trust you, Loa?
Well, I suppose you don't really have to. When nothing matters, you could go along with what you like or not, or kill me where I stand. Seems like it's less interesting and less possibilities if you do that.
My mistaken trust is why you draw breath, why you were ever even a thought. You would not exist if it was not for my foolishness. Your history books, everything that you hold dear and you know, I bet I'm not in it, am I?
No. But I didn't write those books. And I'm not just Loa. Who are you? You said Kobamu knows about the pillar. Kobamu. Are you not Kobamu?
Nothing but the world's greatest fool. This thing brings me home. I would like to find my rest there in some way.
If you want to go to Faran, we can take you to Faran. In a ship. You don't have to use... Does this take you to the Faran that is now across the sea to my Faran? I know what I said.
Yep. Your Faran. Your island. Sure. I'll play along. Yes.
If I could give it back, I would give it back to you right now. You want to be Patriarch of Faran, it's yours. I don't want it.
Spits on the floor. I do not need lies from a Loa.
If you take a large group of people, let's say goblins, and you measure some trait about them, their height, their length, the length of their feet. Let's say goblin feet are about 8 inches. And you measure all of them, what you'll get is a bell. You get a curve, goes up. You have the most amount of goblins with 8 feet in the middle, and then less with 9, 10, or 7, or 6. And you'll find out about any random traits that you measure. We have a goblin with feet 16 inches. I don't know what.
So we find out Ogre has 5 foot feet.
When you get to about 10 or 11, maybe 1 in 10, 1 in 20 will have that trait. If you got to 14 or 15, there are more grains of sand on this beach the probability is 1 in all of the stars. It is impossible. It cannot happen. And yet it has. We make impossible things happen. We bend fate. If you're going around in a circle, we'll straighten it. You don't have to trust me because you can kill me at any time. You just have to watch.
You roll me an insight check.
So close. 6.
6. I think in the matters of what you're saying, there's a moment where you can see something working in Kobamu's head as he's staring at you, and you can see there's like I think the thing that's kind of distracting, and that's probably the thing that you get with the 6, is the idea that you're looking at his eyes, and first off, there is no pupil, so you're not entirely sure if he's staring at you or through you or whatever. You get the look of ferocity and feralness is giving a sense that there's a possibility that he's thinking of all the different ways he could tear you limb from limb. So when he says what he says here, you're not entirely sure why. Your people were injured when I left. You will need time to repair your ship. I shall remain here. If you would like to keep your word, you may come back. And then I will get on your ship and go back to my island.
He'll come back. And I know this won't mean anything to you, but this is the most important possession I have on me.
It represents a piece of me that I found. And I'm going to leave it here. And I'm going to come back for it. And I expect it to be in the same condition as when I left it. And I'll take my deck of cards. And I will place it on the pedestal. And I'll walk out. We won't be long.
You hear this weird guttural sound come from him that is immediately preceded by a cough, or is immediately superseded. After that, there's a cough. You think there's a possibility that he just laughed.
Right, yeah. Because he just hasn't done it in so long that he...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then you walk down the stairs.
Yep.
Car. When Yoon walks down the stairs, I think Nala turns to you. What did Yoon just promise?
He will message, so it's quiet, because he doesn't want to interrupt.
I think he would promise that we would come back to take him to Faran.
That's what I thought.
And I'll glance down since I'm near the hole. He left his deck of cards as a collateral.
You guys are idiots.
Nah, arguable.
Should I go get it? That's a foolish choice, right? So I should go get it. And we're gonna cut from here.
Okay.
As Yoon goes down the stairs. And I think actually I'll do this. Yoon, you walk down the stairs and we cut back to Kobamu staring out, trying to stare out past the pedestal. But it's now blocked. So the only thing that he can be staring at is that deck of cards. We fade to black. And I think with that, we'll end tonight's session. We'll see you guys next week.